The ocean is vast, unpredictable, and, at times, completely unforgiving. For centuries, ships have set sail, only to vanish into the abyss, never to be seen again. Entire crews disappear without a trace. Vessels are found eerily abandoned, with meals still set on tables. And some ships reappear decades later, drifting silently, with no sign of life. From massive freighters swallowed whole by the sea to ghost ships that seem to defy logic, these are the true stories of maritime mysteries that remain unsolved to this day. These aren't myths or sailors' tales. They're all real, and they've left behind nothing but unanswered questions. So settle in, get comfy, and let's journey into the unknown. Because once we set sail on this voyage, there's no turning back. Off the rugged coast of Vancouver Island, where the Pacific Ocean crashes against jagged cliffs, there's a stretch of water sailors have feared for generations. A place where storms rise without warning, where the waves can swallow ships whole. It's known as the Graveyard of the Pacific, and among the many vessels lost there, few are as infamous as the SS Valencia. Built in 1882, the Valencia was a steamship designed for coastal travel, ferrying passengers and cargo between San Francisco, Seattle, and Alaska. She wasn't the grandest ship of her time, nor the most luxurious, but she was reliable. That is, until one stormy night in January 1906, when she set out on what would become her final doomed voyage. On January 20th, the Valencia departed San Francisco, bound for Seattle with 108 passengers and crew aboard. The weather was rough from the start, but no one expected disaster until the ship veered off course in the dead of night. Navigating blindly through the thick fog, she struck a reef just off the coast of Vancouver Island. The impact was devastating. Water poured into the hull, flooding the lower decks within minutes. Panic took hold. The crew rushed to lower lifeboats, but the raging surf made escape nearly impossible. Many of the boats capsized immediately, tossing desperate passengers into the freezing ocean. Others simply disappeared into the darkness, never seen again. As the ship slowly broke apart, survivors clung to the rigging, watching helplessly as wave after wave tore the Valencia to pieces. For the few lifeboats that made it away, the nightmare wasn't over. Some drifted for days before being found, while others vanished entirely. Rescuers arrived nearly a full day later, but by then, the Valencia was all but gone. Of the 108 people aboard, only 37 survived. The rest were claimed by the sea. But the story doesn't end there. Over the years, sailors have reported seeing a ghostly ship drifting near the site of the wreck, an eerie silhouette matching the Valencia's description. Others claim to have seen lifeboats, empty and weathered, floating aimlessly along the coastline, decades after the disaster. And in the years following the wreck, locals told stories of skeletons washing ashore, still wrapped in decayed life vests, as if the ocean refused to let them rest. The SS Valencia remains one of the most chilling maritime disasters in history. A ship swallowed by the graveyard of the Pacific, leaving behind whispers of something more than just tragedy, something that lingers in the cold, unforgiving waters. But this is just the first of many mysteries, because when it comes to ships lost at sea, some stories are even stranger. Before we dive into the next mystery, just a quick note. While the visuals in this video will provide extra context, they aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these eerie, unsolved maritime mysteries. And if you'd like to support the channel and help us continue making these deep dive videos, as well as get access to all of our videos ad-free, consider becoming a Patreon member. Now, let's get back to the mysteries. The wreck of the SS Valencia is a chilling reminder of how merciless the ocean can be. A ship lost to the waves, lifeboats disappearing into the night, and eerie sightings that continue long after the disaster. But not every maritime mystery involves a shipwreck. Some vessels don't sink. They simply vanish, leaving behind more questions than answers. One such case is that of the High Aim 6, a ghost ship found drifting aimlessly in the vast waters of the Pacific. A modern mystery that defies explanation, not because of how it was lost, but because of what was left behind. The High Aim 6 was a modest Taiwanese fishing vessel designed for long journeys out at sea. In late 2002, it left the port of Liuqiu, Taiwan, with a crew of 10, including its experienced captain, Chen Tai-chung. Their mission was simple: catch fish and return home. But weeks passed, and no word came from the crew. By January 2003, the vessel had missed its scheduled check-ins, and concern grew. But out in the open ocean, where ships vanish without a trace all the time, a delayed return wasn't unheard of. Then, on January 8, 2003, an Australian Coast Guard patrol spotted a lone fishing boat drifting over 800 miles off the coast of Western Australia. The ship's name was clearly visible, High Aim 6. But something was wrong. There was no sign of life on board. The High Aim 6 had no apparent damage. No distress signals had been sent. The engine was in working order, and the fuel tanks were full. The ship was in perfect condition, except for the fact that it had been completely abandoned. When Australian authorities boarded the vessel, they found the ship's supplies untouched. Personal belongings were still in the crew quarters. The logbook was missing, but the rest of the vessel looked like it had been left in a hurry. In the storage areas, fresh fish lay packed neatly in ice, as if the crew had been in the middle of their work before suddenly disappearing. There was no sign of a struggle, no indication that the crew had been forced to leave, and yet, all 10 men had vanished. Authorities investigated every possibility. If the ship had been attacked by pirates, why was nothing stolen? If something mechanical had gone wrong, why was the engine still operational? There were no signs of fire, no evidence of a rogue wave or storm, and the High Aim 6 was still floating, fully intact. The only clue came when authorities traced one of the missing crew members, an Indonesian fisherman named Supriyanto. When located in Indonesia, he offered a vague and unsettling explanation. He claimed the rest of the crew were murdered in a mutiny, leaving the High Aim 6 adrift. But why, and where had they gone? Supriyanto never gave a full explanation, and authorities were left without answers. Some speculated that a mutiny had occurred, with the crew taking a lifeboat and disappearing into the ocean. But if that were true, where did they go? No lifeboats from the High Aim 6 were ever recovered. Another theory suggests that the crew may have been involved in illegal fishing or smuggling and had deliberately abandoned the vessel to cover their tracks. But again, there was no hard evidence to prove it. With no conclusive answers, the High Aim 6 was eventually towed back to Taiwan, where investigators examined it for months. No new leads emerged, and the fate of the crew remains one of the most baffling maritime disappearances in modern history. A perfectly functional ship, drifting alone with no sign of struggle. A crew that vanished without a trace, leaving behind only silence. The High Aim 6 has become one of the most unsettling ghost ship cases of the 21st century, a mystery that might never be solved. But it's far from the only ship to be found eerily abandoned. Because sometimes, the ocean doesn't take the ship, it just takes the people. And our next story is even stranger. The ocean has a way of swallowing ships whole, leaving behind nothing but questions. Some vanish in the dead of night, others send distress calls that cut off mid-sentence. But few disappearances are as baffling or as controversial as that of the SS Marine Sulphur Queen. A vessel that set out on a routine voyage and was never seen again. No survivors, no wreckage, just an eerie silence that still lingers today. Built in 1944 as a T2 tanker, the Marine Sulphur Queen was originally designed to carry oil during World War II. But after the war, she was converted into something far more volatile, a liquid sulfur carrier. The modification was simple: a few structural changes, reinforced tanks, and suddenly a ship once meant to transport fuel was now hauling molten sulfur at nearly 275 degrees Fahrenheit. The conversion allowed for greater efficiency in transporting industrial materials, but it also introduced significant risks. The ship's design had never been intended to carry such cargo, and some experts would later argue that this change may have sealed its fate. On February 2, 1963, The Marine Sulphur Queen departed from Beaumont, Texas, carrying over 15,000 tons of molten sulfur. She was bound for Norfolk, Virginia, on a route that would take her through the Straits of Florida, skirting along the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The ship was 523 feet long, with a crew of 39 men, all experienced sailors, many of whom had made this trip multiple times before. There was nothing unusual about the departure. No signs of distress, no warnings of what was to come. 3 days later, on February 4th, a routine radio transmission was sent from the ship near Key West. It was a standard position report, confirming everything was going according to plan, but this would be the last message ever received from the Marine Sulphur Queen. After that, silence. When the ship failed to arrive in Norfolk on schedule, the alarm was raised. The Coast Guard immediately launched an extensive search, covering more than 350,000 square miles of open ocean. They searched for wreckage, lifeboats, oil slicks, anything that might indicate what had happened. After weeks of searching, they found almost nothing. No hull fragments, no major debris. Just a few pieces of life preservers, an oil slick, and some debris that could have come from any vessel. The absence of wreckage made the case even stranger. A ship that size, carrying that much cargo, should have left some evidence behind. But it was as if the Marine Sulphur Queen had simply ceased to exist. No distress signals were ever received, no emergency flares were spotted, and no reports came from passing ships of anything unusual in the area. Theories about what happened began circulating almost immediately. One of the most widely accepted explanations is that the ship suffered a catastrophic structural failure. Even before its disappearance, the Marine Sulphur Queen had been known to have serious maintenance issues. The ship's hull was already old and had developed cracks due to years of strain. Some former crew members had even reported feeling uneasy about the ship's condition, with one sailor describing it as a disaster waiting to happen. If the hull had given way, the results would have been devastating. A breach in the tanks holding the molten sulfur could have triggered an explosion or an uncontrolled fire. The intense heat of the sulfur, combined with exposure to water, could have created deadly steam and gas, overwhelming the crew before they had time to react. If this happened suddenly enough, the ship could have sunk within minutes, leaving no time for distress calls or lifeboat deployment. Another theory suggests that the ship may have fallen victim to unpredictable weather. The waters near the Florida Straits are notorious for sudden storms and rogue waves, which have been known to take down even the most well-built vessels. A massive wave striking an already weakened hull could have caused the ship to break apart and sink almost instantly, with the sulfur dispersing and sinking rapidly into the deep ocean. Then, of course, there are those who believe that something stranger happened. The Marine Sulphur Queen disappeared along the edge of the Bermuda Triangle, a region infamous for unexplained vanishings. While the Bermuda Triangle's reputation is often exaggerated, there's no denying that the area has seen an unusually high number of maritime and aviation disappearances. Could electromagnetic anomalies have interfered with the ship's navigation? Could something else entirely be at play? While these ideas are often dismissed as speculative, the lack of conclusive evidence has only fueled the mystery. The case took an even more tragic turn when the families of the lost crew members began pushing for answers. Many felt that the ship's owner, the Marine Transport Lines Company, had been negligent in keeping the vessel seaworthy. In the years that followed, a legal battle ensued, with lawsuits alleging that the company had knowingly allowed an unsafe ship to operate. In 1964, the Coast Guard released its official report, stating that the most likely cause of the disaster was structural failure. They determined that the Marine Sulphur Queen was in poor condition and that its modifications to carry sulfur had made it even more vulnerable to disaster. But without wreckage or concrete evidence, they stopped short of definitively stating what had happened. Decades later, the Marine Sulphur Queen remains one of the most baffling disappearances in maritime history. No remains of the crew were ever found. No wreckage large enough to provide answers has ever surfaced. And despite technological advancements in underwater exploration, the ship's final resting place remains unknown. For many, the story of the Marine Sulphur Queen is a cautionary tale, a reminder of how dangerous the sea can be and how easily a routine voyage can turn into tragedy. For others, it's an unsolved mystery, a ghost ship lost to time, waiting beneath the waves to be discovered. But one thing is certain, the Marine Sulphur Queen didn't simply vanish into thin air. Somewhere in the vast, dark ocean, the truth is waiting to be found. The ocean has claimed countless ships, but some disappearances are more unsettling than others. Some leave behind wreckage, a final distress call, or some clue as to what happened. But then there are cases like the Kaz II, a vessel found completely intact, drifting aimlessly across the waves, yet with no sign of its crew, no signs of struggle, no distress signals, just an eerie, abandoned yacht moving with the current. On April 15, 2007, the Kaz II, a 32-foot catamaran, set sail from Airlie Beach, Queensland, Australia. The boat was manned by 3 experienced sailors, skipper Derek Batten, 56, and his 2 friends, Peter and James Tunstead, aged 69 and 63. The trio had planned a leisurely journey along the northeastern coast, heading towards the coastal city of Townsville, before continuing to Western Australia. They were all seasoned seafarers, accustomed to the unpredictability of the ocean. There was nothing particularly dangerous about their planned route, and the weather forecast was clear. On April 18th, just 3 days after their departure, a surveillance aircraft spotted the Kaz II drifting near the Great Barrier Reef, roughly 88 nautical miles from Townsville. Something was clearly wrong. The yacht was moving with the wind, its sails flapping loosely, and no one appeared to be on board. Concerned, authorities dispatched a rescue team to board the vessel. When they arrived, what they found was chilling. The Kaz II was in near-perfect condition. The engine was still running. A laptop was open, still powered on. A meal had been prepared in the galley, untouched. The table was set, as if the men had planned to sit down for lunch at any moment. 3 life jackets were still on board, unused. Even more disturbingly, all of the men's personal belongings, including their wallets and passports, were still neatly stored on the boat. But there was no sign of the crew. The only thing out of place was some minor damage to the sail. Apart from that, it was as if the 3 men had simply evaporated into thin air. Authorities launched an extensive search operation, scouring the surrounding ocean for any trace of Batten and the Tunstead brothers. But no bodies were ever found. No distress calls had been sent. No emergency beacons had been activated. So, what could have possibly happened? One of the leading theories suggests that the men were swept overboard by a sudden rogue wave or a strong gust of wind. If one of them had fallen in, the others might have instinctively tried to save him, only to be pulled in themselves. If this happened quickly enough, the yacht could have continued drifting on its own before anyone had a chance to climb back aboard. But if that were the case, why hadn't they grabbed life jackets? And why had no one managed to hold on to the vessel? Another theory involves the boat's fishing gear. When investigators examined the yacht, they found a fishing line trailing behind it. Some have speculated that one of the men may have been reeling in a catch when he fell overboard. The others may have rushed to his aid, only to be pulled into the water themselves. In a tragic twist, if the yacht was still moving, at a steady speed, even a short distance from the boat could have been enough to make climbing back aboard impossible. A more unusual theory suggests a sudden medical emergency. Could one of the men have suffered a heart attack or stroke, causing a panic that led to all 3 ending up in the water? Without an eyewitness account, there's no way to know. And then, of course, there are the wilder theories, stories of foul play, mysterious sea creatures, or even something paranormal. But as intriguing as those ideas may be, no real evidence supports them. In the end, the disappearance of the Kaz II remains one of the most baffling maritime mysteries in recent history. 3 experienced sailors vanished without a trace, leaving behind a perfectly functioning boat that should have carried them safely to their destination. Was it a tragic accident, a freak wave, a desperate attempt to save a friend that cost all 3 their lives? Whatever the truth may be, the Kaz II still drifts in the minds of those who hear its story, a ghost ship with no clear answer, lost in the vast emptiness of the sea. The ocean has no shortage of mysteries, but some ships don't just vanish. They return, eerily intact, yet missing the very people who should be aboard. The Kaz II was one such case, but it wasn't the first. Decades earlier, another vessel was discovered drifting aimlessly, its crew gone without a trace, leaving behind only unanswered questions. This is the mystery of the Carroll A. Deering. The Carroll A. Deering was a 5-masted schooner built in 1919 for commercial shipping. It was a large, sturdy vessel designed to transport cargo across long distances, and by 1920, it was tasked with carrying a shipment of coal from Virginia to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The ship's captain, William Merritt, was an experienced mariner, but early into the journey, he fell ill and was forced to disembark in Delaware, along with his first mate. A new captain, W.B. Wormel, was assigned to take over the voyage. Wormel, though capable, had a reputation for being strict, and some reports suggested tension between him and the crew, particularly his first mate, Charles McClellan. Nevertheless, the ship successfully completed its delivery in Brazil and departed for its return trip to the United States in December 1920. That was the last confirmed voyage of the Carroll A. Deering. On January 31st, 1921, the schooner was found run aground off the coast of North Carolina near Cape Hatteras. The ship was battered by waves, but it was still intact. However, when the Coast Guard boarded the vessel, they found it completely abandoned. There was no sign of the crew, no bodies, no lifeboats, no personal belongings. The only things left behind were half-eaten meals in the galley, a missing logbook, and an eerie silence. Authorities launched an investigation, but every possible explanation led to more questions than answers. Pirates were considered, but there were no signs of struggle or missing cargo. Mutiny was suspected, given rumors of conflict between the captain and crew, but if there had been a revolt, where had the crew gone? And why was the ship left in such an orderly state? One theory suggested that the ship had been caught in a storm, and the crew abandoned it in lifeboats only to be lost at sea. But why would experienced sailors leave a seaworthy vessel if they had a chance to ride out the storm on board? Another possibility involved the notorious Bermuda Triangle, as the Carroll A. Deering had passed through that region before it was found. While the Bermuda Triangle remains more legend than fact, some believe that unusual conditions in the area could have played a role in the crew's disappearance. But perhaps the most chilling theory involves a potential government cover-up. Around the same time that the Carroll A. Deering was found, another ship, the SS Hewitt, also vanished in the same area under similarly strange circumstances. Some researchers believe that these ships may have fallen victim to clandestine activities at sea, whether related to rum runners during Prohibition or something far more secretive. Despite multiple investigations, no definitive answer has ever been found. The Carroll A. Deering was left to be battered by the waves until it eventually broke apart, and its crew, whichever fate they met, was never seen again. The Carroll A. Deering remains one of the most perplexing maritime mysteries, a ship found abandoned with no crew and no answers. But not all disappearances are shrouded in complete mystery. Some ships are lost in tragic, terrifying circumstances, their final moments recorded, yet still leaving behind haunting questions. One such case is the SS El Faro, a modern cargo ship that embarked on a routine voyage but never returned. Unlike ghost ships of the past, the El Faro didn't simply vanish into legend. What makes this story so chilling is that we know exactly what happened, and yet, somehow, it still feels impossible. The SS El Faro was a 790-foot-long cargo ship built in 1975, designed to transport goods between the United States and Puerto Rico. For decades, it made routine trips along the same route, a trusted workhorse of the seas. On September 29, 2015, the vessel departed from Jacksonville, Florida, bound for San Juan, Puerto Rico. It was a familiar path, one that should have posed no significant challenges, but nature had other plans. At the same time the El Faro was setting sail, a tropical storm named Joaquin was brewing in the Atlantic. Meteorologists were tracking its progress, but at first it was not expected to become a major hurricane. Captain Michael Davidson, a seasoned mariner with years of experience, believed they could navigate safely through the storm's outer bands. The ship's crew of 33, 28 Americans and 5 Polish nationals, trusted his judgment. As the ship pushed forward, however, Joaquin rapidly strengthened. Within hours, it escalated into a Category 3 hurricane. By the time the El Faro was deep into the Bahamian waters, it had become a monstrous Category 4 storm, with wind speeds exceeding 130 miles per hour. And the ship was heading straight into its path. In most maritime disappearances, the ship vanishes without a trace, leaving only speculation. But what makes El Faro's case unique is that we have the crew's final moments recorded. The ship was equipped with a voyage data recorder, essentially a black box for ships. In its last transmissions, the crew's conversations revealed a horrifying reality. The ship was in serious trouble. Early on October 1st, Captain Davidson radioed shore, reporting that El Faro had lost propulsion and was taking on water. The ship was listing heavily to one side, meaning it was tilting dangerously, unable to right itself. The captain's voice remained calm, but the situation was spiraling out of control. The crew tried to make distress calls, but by then, El Faro was already trapped in the hurricane's eye wall, the most violent part of the storm. Towering waves battered the ship, and with no engine power, it was helpless against the sea's fury. One of the last recorded conversations captured the ship's chief mate pleading, "Captain, the clock is ticking." Moments later, the recording cut off. When El Faro failed to arrive in Puerto Rico, a massive search operation was launched. For days, Coast Guard helicopters and rescue ships scoured the area, looking for any sign of the missing vessel. At first, all they found was a trail of wreckage, lifeboats, a life ring, and pieces of cargo floating in the open ocean. But the ship itself was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until over a month later, on November 1st, that the wreckage was finally located nearly 15,000 feet below the surface, resting on the ocean floor. The ship had sunk in one piece, its final resting place a silent grave for all 33 crew members aboard. The discovery brought closure, but also more questions. The official cause of the sinking was determined to be a combination of mechanical failure and the ship's unfortunate position in the storm. But many believe the tragedy could have been avoided. Some experts argue that Captain Davidson miscalculated the severity of the storm and should have altered course earlier. Others point to the ship's age. Built in the 1970s, El Faro was an old vessel with outdated lifeboats, incapable of handling such extreme conditions. There was also speculation that the company that owned the ship had pressured the crew to stay on schedule, despite the looming hurricane. Delays meant lost profits, and in the competitive shipping industry, time is money. Did financial pressure push the captain to take an unnecessary risk? What makes the El Faro disaster so chilling is that we know exactly how it happened, yet it still feels like an unspeakable horror. Unlike many lost ships, there are no myths, no legends, no ghost stories, just real people, trapped in a nightmare, fighting to survive against forces far beyond their control. The ocean took them, as it has taken so many before. The sinking of the SS El Faro was a modern maritime tragedy, a story where we know exactly what happened, yet are still left haunted by its inevitability. But not all ships leave behind a detailed record of their final moments. Some disappear into legend, their last hours shrouded in mystery, and few lost ships have captured the imagination quite like the SS Edmund Fitzgerald, a massive freighter that went down without a single survivor, leaving only questions and eerie speculation in its wake. The SS Edmund Fitzgerald was no ordinary ship. At 729 feet long, it was the largest freighter on North America's Great Lakes when it was launched in 1958. Built to transport iron ore from mines in Minnesota to steel mills in the Midwest, it was a workhorse of the shipping industry, making routine runs across the unpredictable waters of Lake Superior. Despite its industrial purpose, the Edmund Fitzgerald carried a certain prestige. It was the pride of the Great Lakes Fleet, earning nicknames like the Queen of the Lakes for its impressive size and reputation. The ship's crew took great pride in their vessel, and over the years, it became one of the most well-known ships to ever sail the inland seas of North America. For 17 years, it operated without major incident. But all of that changed on November 10th, 1975. That November, the Edmund Fitzgerald was making what should have been a routine trip from Superior, Wisconsin to a steel mill near Detroit, carrying over 26,000 tons of taconite iron ore pellets. It was a familiar route, one it had completed many times before. Captain Ernest McSorley, an experienced mariner, was in command. Alongside him were 28 crew members, seasoned sailors accustomed to the challenges of the Great Lakes. But as the ship departed, an early winter storm was forming, and it would prove to be one of the worst Lake Superior had ever seen. By the evening of November 9th, the storm had intensified, bringing massive waves and hurricane-force winds. Another freighter, the Arthur M. Anderson, was traveling the same route and was in radio contact with the Edmund Fitzgerald. Both captains knew they were in for a rough night, but neither could have predicted just how deadly the storm would become. Throughout the following day, conditions continued to deteriorate. Waves reached 25 feet, and winds howled at nearly 60 miles per hour. The Edmund Fitzgerald took a beating, and by mid-afternoon on November 10th, the ship began reporting issues. The storm had ripped away railings, water was coming over the deck, and its radar had stopped working. Despite this, McSorley remained confident. At around 7:10 p.m., he made his final radio transmission to the Arthur M. Anderson, saying, "We are holding our own." It was the last thing anyone ever heard from the Edmund Fitzgerald. Just minutes after that final radio call, the Arthur M. Anderson's radar lost contact with the Edmund Fitzgerald. The ship had vanished, without a distress signal, without a call for help, and without any sign of its crew attempting to abandon ship. Rescue efforts began immediately, but they found nothing at first. No lifeboats, no survivors, no wreckage, just the endless, storm-tossed waves of Lake Superior. It wasn't until days later that debris, including lifebuoys and twisted metal, began washing ashore. Weeks later, sonar scans finally located the wreckage. The Edmund Fitzgerald lay at the bottom of Lake Superior in two massive pieces, over 500 feet below the surface. But even with the discovery, the mystery remained. What exactly had happened in those final moments? Unlike many shipwrecks, there were no eyewitnesses to the Edmund Fitzgerald's demise, and the ship's sudden disappearance left investigators scrambling for answers. Over the years, several theories have emerged, but none provide a definitive explanation. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the ship suffered a structural failure. The intense storm, combined with the ship's heavy load, may have caused the hull to crack under pressure. If this happened, the Edmund Fitzgerald could have taken on water rapidly, sinking within seconds, too fast for the crew to react. Another theory suggests that the ship ran aground on an uncharted shoal. Lake Superior is filled with unpredictable underwater terrain, and some experts believe the ship may have struck a submerged obstacle, causing it to flood before breaking apart. There's also speculation that the storm itself was responsible. The Great Lakes are known for producing rogue waves, massive walls of water that can appear without warning. Some believe a wave as high as 35 feet may have struck the Edmund Fitzgerald, forcing it under before it could send out a distress call. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the ship's sinking is the lack of recovered bodies. None of the 29 crew members were ever found, leading some to wonder if they went down with the wreckage or if they were swept away into the cold abyss, lost forever. The SS Edmund Fitzgerald remains one of the most famous shipwrecks in North American history, thanks in part to its mysterious nature and the haunting ballad written about it. In 1976, Canadian musician Gordon Lightfoot released The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, a song that immortalized the tragedy and introduced the story to millions of people. Today, the wreck site is a protected grave, and diving expeditions are heavily restricted out of respect for the lost crew. However, in 1995, a team of researchers retrieved the ship's bell from the depths and placed it in a museum as a memorial to those who perished. Despite the passage of time, the questions surrounding the Edmund Fitzgerald remain unanswered. What exactly caused the ship to sink so quickly? Did the crew ever have a chance to escape? And could another ship suffer the same fate in Lake Superior's treacherous waters? One thing is certain: the Great Lakes have always been unpredictable, capable of turning from calm to deadly in the blink of an eye. The SS Edmund Fitzgerald remains one of the most haunting maritime mysteries in modern history. A ship lost to the depths of Lake Superior without a single survivor. But while it met its fate in the crushing depths of freshwater, not all ghost ships end up at the bottom of the ocean. Some are left to drift aimlessly, carried by the currents for years, vanishing and reappearing without explanation. And one of the strangest cases of this in recent history was the MV Lyubov Orlova, a ship that should have been scrapped, but instead became a modern-day ghost ship, lost at sea, and possibly still out there somewhere, waiting to be found. Built in 1976, the Lyubov Orlova was a Soviet-era cruise ship designed to navigate icy waters. For years, it carried passengers on Arctic expeditions, offering breathtaking views of icebergs and wildlife in some of the most remote regions on Earth. But as the years passed, the once proud vessel fell into disrepair, and by the early 2000s, it was no longer in use. It sat abandoned in a Canadian harbor, rusting away, a shadow of its former self. Eventually, the decision was made to scrap the vessel, and in 2013, it was towed away from Newfoundland, bound for a scrapyard in the Dominican Republic. But the journey did not go as planned. Not long after departure, in the harsh winter conditions of the North Atlantic, the tow line snapped. The Lyubov Orlova was set adrift, left completely unmanned, floating aimlessly through some of the most unpredictable waters in the world. Canadian authorities briefly recaptured it, only to let it go again, deciding it was no longer their responsibility. From that moment on, the ship was officially lost to the sea. And that's where the mystery truly begins. For months, reports trickled in of possible sightings. The ship was large, difficult to miss, and yet no one could seem to confirm exactly where it was. Some speculated it had sunk, dragged down by the rough seas, but others believed it was still out there, drifting further and further into the open ocean. Without a crew, without maintenance, it was a ship without a master, moving wherever the currents would take it. Then came the most disturbing theory, the possibility that the Lyubov Orlova had become infested with rats. Trapped with no food, the rodents aboard would have had to turn on each other, creating a floating, rusting mass of cannibal rats drifting silently across the Atlantic. Despite the bizarre nature of these claims, experts pointed out that the ship could have remained afloat for years. With no official confirmation of its sinking, it became the perfect ghost ship legend. Some feared it might eventually wash up somewhere, a decaying hulk crashing onto some unsuspecting shore. Others believed it could still be out there, carried by the tides, its final fate unknown. And every so often, reports would emerge of strange radar blips, of unidentified vessels spotted in the distance, fueling speculation that the ship had not disappeared at all. Years passed with no confirmed sightings, and by now, many assumed the Lyubov Orlova must have finally met its end, claimed by the ocean. But with no wreckage, no official sinking, and no evidence to confirm its fate, it remains one of the strangest maritime mysteries of modern times. A ship meant for scrap, lost in the vastness of the Atlantic, left to wander the waves indefinitely. Whether it lies at the bottom of the ocean or continues to drift unseen, its story has cemented itself as one of the eeriest ghost ship tales in history. And yet, it's not the only vessel to vanish under strange circumstances, because up next is a case that dates back nearly a century, a ship that disappeared completely, leaving behind nothing but speculation. The story of the MV Lyubov Orlova is unsettling because it's so recent, a ghost ship from the modern age, lost in the vast Atlantic with no clear fate. But not all lost ships are as simple as a broken tow line and the relentless pull of the currents. Some vanish under circumstances so bizarre, so inexplicable, that they leave behind more questions than answers. And perhaps no ghost ship is as chilling or as steeped in mystery as the SS Ourang Medan, a vessel whose entire crew was allegedly found dead under horrifying conditions, with no explanation for what happened to them. The story of the Ourang Medan dates back to the late 1940s, in the aftermath of World War II. The exact details are murky, but the most widely accepted version claims that the ship was a Dutch freighter sailing through the Strait of Malacca, one of the busiest and most strategically important waterways in the world. The first sign of trouble came when a distress signal was picked up by nearby vessels. The message was cryptic and chilling. A Morse code operator aboard the Ourang Medan reportedly sent out a short, frantic transmission. All officers, including captain, dead, lying in chart room and on bridge, possibly whole crew dead. After a brief pause, one final message followed, 2 words that only deepened the mystery. I die. Then, silence. Nearby ships responded, tracing the distress call to the approximate location of the Ourang Medan. When rescuers arrived, they found the freighter floating eerily in the calm waters, seemingly undamaged, with no signs of struggle or attack. But what they found inside was far more disturbing than anything they had expected. The entire crew was dead. Their bodies were sprawled across the decks, frozen in expressions of sheer terror, their mouths open in silent screams. Their eyes were said to be wide with fear, as if they had witnessed something horrifying in their final moments. Even the ship's dog was found lifeless, its body twisted, as if it had been overcome by the same terror that had claimed the crew. There were no visible wounds, no blood, no gunshot wounds, no signs of a struggle. The engine room was intact, the cargo undisturbed. It was as if death had simply arrived all at once, taking every soul on board without a single trace of violence. The rescue team, understandably shaken, attempted to tow the ship back to port to investigate further. But before they could do so, something even stranger happened. Smoke began rising from the lower decks, quickly spreading throughout the vessel. Within moments, a fire erupted, engulfing the Ourang Medan in flames. The rescuers barely had time to retreat before a massive explosion rocked the ship, sending it to the bottom of the ocean, lost forever. And with that, the Ourang Medan took its secrets with it. Theories about what happened range from the plausible to the outlandish. Some believe the ship was smuggling hazardous chemicals, possibly nerve agents left over from the war, that leaked and poisoned the crew. This would explain the lack of visible injuries and the strange expressions of terror, as certain chemical agents can cause convulsions and facial contortions in their victims. Others suggest carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty boiler, a silent killer that could have overtaken the crew before they even realized what was happening. But then, there are the more supernatural explanations. Some claim that the Ourang Medan encountered something not of this world, an otherworldly force, a ghostly presence, or something lurking in the deep that struck down the entire crew. Others suggest that the ship was targeted by an unknown entity, an experiment gone wrong, or even an encounter with a UFO. The fact that the ship was destroyed before any real investigation could take place only adds to the intrigue, leaving behind nothing but a ghost story whispered among sailors. Skeptics argue that the Ourang Medan may have never existed at all. The SS Ourang Medan may be one of the most eerie ghost ship stories ever told, but for as much speculation as it inspires, there are no official records to confirm its existence. Some believe it was a legend, an exaggerated tale passed between sailors, while others think the truth was deliberately erased. But not all maritime mysteries are so ambiguous. Some disappearances are recorded in meticulous detail, leaving behind real evidence and very real unanswered questions. And one of the most infamous cases of all is the vanishing of the USS Cyclops, a ship that didn't just disappear, it completely ceased to exist, along with over 300 men. The USS Cyclops was a massive collier ship built for the US Navy in 1910. At over 540 feet long and weighing nearly 20,000 tons, it was one of the largest ships in the fleet at the time. Its primary purpose was to transport coal to fuel American warships, and during World War I, it played a crucial role in supplying the Navy. But this wasn't just any ordinary cargo vessel. The Cyclops was part of a class of ships known for their reinforced structure and heavy-duty capacity. It was a workhorse, designed to endure some of the toughest conditions at sea. By early 1918, the war was still raging, but the Cyclops wasn't on the front lines. Instead, it had been tasked with a critical supply mission, carrying over 10,000 tons of manganese ore, an essential material for steel production, across the Atlantic. The ship set sail from Brazil in late February, making a scheduled stop in Barbados before continuing toward its final destination, Baltimore. Everything appeared routine. The weather was calm, the ship was well maintained, and the crew had no reason to expect trouble. Then, without warning, the Cyclops vanished. No distress signals were sent. No debris was ever found. No survivors ever surfaced. It was as if the ship had been plucked from existence, swallowed by the ocean without leaving a single trace behind. The disappearance of the Cyclops remains one of the single greatest losses of life in U.S. naval history unrelated to combat, with 306 men aboard at the time. And despite a century of speculation, no one has ever figured out exactly what happened. The U.S. Navy launched an immediate search effort, scouring the waters along its intended route. But after weeks of searching, nothing turned up. Not a piece of wreckage, not an oil slick, not a single sign of the massive ship. The loss was so baffling that officials could only conclude one thing. The USS Cyclops simply disappeared. For years, theories have swirled around what could have caused the sudden vanishing of such a large and heavily built ship. Some of the most logical explanations point to structural failure. The Cyclops had experienced engine trouble earlier in its journey, and reports from Barbados suggested it was operating with only one of its two engines. A fully loaded cargo ship with engine issues would be vulnerable, particularly if it encountered bad weather. And while the ship was considered sturdy, it did have one significant flaw. Its structure was heavily reinforced with a single, long beam running along the hull. If that beam failed, the entire ship could have snapped in half, sending it quickly to the ocean floor. But even if the Cyclops had sunk due to mechanical failure, why was no debris ever found? A ship of that size wouldn't just slip beneath the surface without leaving a trace. The ocean is vast, but with the amount of traffic in the area and the resources dedicated to the search, at least some wreckage should have been spotted. This leads to another possibility, one that some believe was deliberately covered up. The Cyclops was carrying a massive load of manganese ore, a mineral that was critical to the war effort. Some theories suggest that the ship may have been sabotaged, possibly by German spies or even an internal act of mutiny. The idea that enemy agents could have infiltrated the crew and deliberately scuttled the ship is not entirely implausible. World War I was a time of espionage and covert operations, and the United States had only recently entered the war. If the ship was targeted, it's possible it was deliberately sunk far from where search teams expected to find it. Another theory suggests that the Cyclops fell victim to rogue waves, massive, unpredictable walls of water that have been known to capsize even the largest vessels. Rogue waves weren't fully understood at the time, but modern studies have confirmed that they can reach heights of over 100 feet and appear without warning, often with enough force to break a ship in half. If the Cyclops was already struggling with engine issues and took on water, a sudden rogue wave could have overwhelmed it instantly. But then there's the strangest theory of all, the connection to the Bermuda Triangle. The Cyclops disappeared in a region notorious for unexplained vanishings, and over the decades, its story has been tied to other ships and planes that have mysteriously disappeared in the same area. Some claim the Bermuda Triangle is home to an unusual magnetic anomaly that disrupts navigation and communication, while others suggest more supernatural explanations, ranging from time warps to extraterrestrial involvement. Of course, skeptics dismiss these ideas as little more than myth, arguing that disappearances in the region can usually be attributed to natural causes like unpredictable weather and strong currents. Even if the Bermuda Triangle isn't to blame, the fate of the USS Cyclops remains one of the most baffling maritime mysteries in history. With no survivors, no wreckage, and no definitive answers, it has become a ghost story of the sea, a reminder that even the most advanced technology of the time couldn't prevent a ship from simply vanishing. But the Cyclops was only the beginning. Over the years, two of its sister ships, the USS Nereus and USS Proteus, also disappeared under eerily similar circumstances. Both were carrying heavy loads of metal ore, both vanished without a trace, and both were lost in the Atlantic, not far from where the Cyclops was last seen. While coincidence is always possible, the fact that three nearly identical ships all suffered the same fate has led some to believe there may be a common, yet undiscovered, cause. A century after its disappearance, the USS Cyclops remains lost to the depths, an unsolved mystery that continues to baffle historians and maritime experts. If the wreck were ever found, it might provide answers about what really happened on that fateful voyage. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops is one of the greatest maritime mysteries in history, an entire ship and crew vanishing without a trace, leaving nothing behind but speculation. But while some lost vessels remain hidden beneath the waves, others resurface under eerie circumstances, drifting silently across the ocean with no crew, no explanation, and no signs of life. Ghost ships are among the most unsettling mysteries of the sea, and one of the strangest in modern history was discovered in 2006 when an Australian Coast Guard patrol came across a massive cargo ship floating aimlessly off the coast of Queensland. There were no distress signals, no signs of struggle, and no crew. This was the MV Jian Seng, a ghost ship that should not have existed, and one that remains just as much a mystery today as it was the day it was found. The MV Jian Seng was first spotted drifting near the Gulf of Carpentaria, an isolated stretch of ocean between northern Australia and Papua New Guinea. The vessel itself was unusual, a rusting, weathered tanker with no visible registration, no identifying markings, and no sign of recent human activity. From a distance, it looked like any other cargo ship that had been left to the elements, but as authorities approached, they quickly realized something was off. There was no crew on board. The ship had no functioning engine, no clear signs of damage, and nothing to indicate where it had come from or how long it had been drifting. It was as if the MV Jian Seng had been abandoned deliberately, left to wander the open ocean like a ghost. When officials boarded the vessel, they found little to explain its origin or purpose. The ship's cargo hold was empty, except for a massive stockpile of rice, untouched and neatly stored. But aside from this, there were no personal belongings, no records, no logbooks, and nothing that gave any clue about who had last sailed it or why they had disappeared. Australian authorities launched an immediate investigation. They searched for records of the vessel, checked missing ship reports, and tried to trace its registration. But the name MV Jian Seng didn't match any known shipping records. In fact, there was no official evidence that the ship had ever existed. The most perplexing part? The ship wasn't in terrible condition. It was old and rusted, but it hadn't been caught in a storm or torn apart by rogue waves. It hadn't been violently abandoned, and there was no sign of an emergency. The fact that it was carrying a large amount of rice suggested it had been active not long before it was discovered, making its complete lack of crew all the more unsettling. So, what happened? One of the prevailing theories is that the MV Jian Seng was a resupply vessel, possibly used for refueling or transferring goods between larger ships. Some believe it may have been used for smuggling, abandoned once its purpose was fulfilled. But this raises an even bigger question. Why wasn't it scuttled or destroyed? If smugglers had used it for illicit purposes, why leave it intact, knowing it could be found? Another theory suggests the crew may have abandoned ship due to mechanical failure, choosing to leave rather than attempt repairs at sea. If the ship had been left to drift for weeks or months, it's possible all identifying records had simply deteriorated or been removed before the vessel was abandoned. But once again, this explanation fails to account for one crucial fact. The MV Jian Seng had no distress signals, no emergency calls, and no reports of missing crew. Some have speculated that the ship was part of an illegal operation, possibly human trafficking or forced labor, where the crew was deliberately removed or silenced. While there's no direct evidence to support this, the complete erasure of the ship's history and records is undeniably suspicious. Despite an extensive investigation, the MV Jian Seng remains an enigma. With no official ownership and no crew to provide answers, authorities were left with little choice but to declare it a true ghost ship. The vessel was eventually towed away and scuttled off the coast of Australia, ensuring it would never drift again. But even as it sank beneath the waves, the mystery remained unsolved. Who had sailed it? Where had it come from? And why had it been left to aimlessly wander the ocean? The MV Jian Seng was a ghost ship in the truest sense, drifting aimlessly, with no crew, no records, and no clear origin. It was as if it had been plucked from time, its history erased by the waves. But while some ghost ships are found empty, leaving behind only questions, others vanish entirely, taking their crew and their secrets with them. And in some cases, these disappearances happen so completely that even after centuries, no trace is ever found. One of the most baffling maritime disappearances in history is that of the Blenheim, a British merchant ship that set sail in the early 1800s and was never seen again. Unlike many lost vessels, the Blenheim wasn't caught in a storm, wasn't attacked by pirates, and wasn't abandoned at sea. It simply vanished, taking with it one of the most feared and controversial naval officers of the time. At the heart of this mystery is Admiral Sir Thomas Masterman Hardy, a name etched into British naval history for his role in the Napoleonic Wars. Hardy was famously at the side of Lord Nelson when he died at the Battle of Trafalgar, and his reputation followed him long after. But by the time of the Blenheim's final voyage, it wasn't Hardy at the helm. It was another British admiral, Sir Thomas Troubridge. A decorated officer, Troubridge had built a long career in the Royal Navy, but by 1807, he was facing a downward turn in his fortunes. Troubridge had been assigned command of the Blenheim, a 74-gun warship that had been repurposed as a merchant vessel. The ship itself was old and reportedly in poor condition, weathered by years of combat and long voyages across the British Empire. Despite concerns about its seaworthiness, the Blenheim was tasked with sailing from India to Britain, stopping at various ports along the way. In early 1807, the Blenheim left Madras, accompanied by another vessel, the Harrier. The journey was supposed to be routine, but as the ships made their way into the Indian Ocean, they encountered a violent storm. The Harrier managed to weather the chaos, but when the skies cleared, the Blenheim was gone. There was no distress signal, no wreckage, no survivors. The Blenheim, along with its entire crew, had vanished. Search efforts were launched, but no sign of the ship was ever found. Some believed the vessel had succumbed to the storm, broken apart by the relentless waves, but others weren't so sure. Troubridge had been a controversial figure, known for his strict discipline and occasionally harsh leadership. Whispers spread that the crew had mutinied, seizing control of the ship and deliberately disappearing. Adding to the mystery were later reports from sailors in the region. Some claimed to have seen a battered warship drifting aimlessly at sea, its sails torn, its deck eerily silent. But by the time anyone went to investigate, it was always gone. If the Blenheim had sunk, why was no wreckage ever found? And if it had been taken over by mutineers, where had it gone? To this day, the Blenheim remains an eerie mystery, an entire ship swallowed by the ocean without a trace. A warship that became a ghost. The Blenheim is a haunting reminder of how the sea can erase even the mightiest ships without a trace. A vessel, its crew, and its captain, all gone, leaving behind nothing but questions. Some maritime disappearances are immediate, lost to storms and violent waters. Others are slower, stranger. A ship sails out of port as usual, its crew expecting a routine voyage, and then, nothing. No distress calls, no wreckage, just silence. And in the modern era, With all the advancements in communication and navigation, it should be nearly impossible for a large ship to simply disappear. But in 1980, that's exactly what happened. A massive American cargo ship, the SS Poet, set sail from Philadelphia, bound for the Middle East. It was a journey the vessel had made many times before, but this time, it never arrived. The Poet disappeared somewhere in the vast Atlantic Ocean, and to this day, no one knows exactly what happened. The SS Poet was a World War II-era cargo ship, originally built in 1944 as part of the wartime effort. Over the decades, it had been repurposed and modernized, becoming a bulk carrier used to transport grain and other goods across the world. By the time of its final voyage, the Poet was nearly 40 years old, but it was still considered seaworthy. On the evening of October 24, 1980, the Poet left Philadelphia, carrying a shipment of corn bound for Port Said, Egypt. The 34 crew members on board expected a straightforward trip across the Atlantic, following well-established shipping lanes. The ship was in good condition, the weather was clear, and there were no immediate concerns. The Poet's departure was recorded, and radio contact was made with the vessel the next morning. Everything was normal, but after that transmission, the Poet went silent. Days passed. The ship was due to check in as it neared the Azores, but there was no word. When it failed to arrive at its destination in Egypt, alarm bells went off. The United States Coast Guard launched a full-scale search, scouring the Atlantic for any trace of the vessel. But there was nothing. No distress calls, no emergency signals, no debris, just an empty sea. For a modern cargo ship to vanish so completely, without even a hint of wreckage, was almost unheard of. Investigators were left with only theories, each one more unsettling than the last. One of the most immediate concerns was weather. The Atlantic is infamous for its unpredictable conditions, and rogue waves, massive, towering walls of water, have been known to sink ships in an instant. If the Poet had encountered one of these freak waves, it could have gone down too quickly for the crew to send a distress signal. But if it had sunk, why was no debris ever found? Cargo ships don't simply disappear without a trace. Wreckage, oil slicks, or life rafts typically surface. Yet in the case of the Poet, the ocean gave back nothing. Another possibility is that the ship suffered a catastrophic mechanical failure. The Poet was an aging vessel, and while it had passed inspections, structural weaknesses can sometimes go unnoticed. A sudden hull breach or engine room explosion could have led to rapid flooding, taking the ship down before anyone could react. Then there's the theory that the Poet was the target of something far more sinister. The ship's destination, Egypt, had some investigators speculating about piracy or even political motives. The early 1980s were a turbulent time in global politics, and some believe the Poet may have been intercepted, hijacked, or destroyed. But there's no evidence to support this theory, and no ransom demands were ever made. One of the most disturbing theories comes from those who believe the Poet may have been involved in something covert, perhaps an unauthorized weapons shipment disguised as a grain delivery. Some suggest that the ship was targeted by an unknown force, silenced before it could reach its destination. But once again, there is no solid proof, only speculation. The families of the 34 crew members were left with no answers, only grief. In 1989, nearly a decade after the Poet disappeared, the United States Coast Guard officially declared the case closed, stating that the ship was presumed lost at sea. But that explanation has never been satisfying. To this day, the Poet remains a baffling disappearances, a ghost ship that never returned. Unlike ships that leave behind empty decks and eerie silence, the Poet left nothing. No lifeboats, no wreckage, just an open sea where a 522-foot-long vessel once sailed. The disappearance of the SS Poet was a chilling reminder of how vast and unforgiving the ocean can be. A massive cargo ship, gone without a trace, leaving behind nothing but speculation and unanswered questions. But the Poet is far from the only ship to become a ghost on the water. Some vessels vanish entirely, never to be seen again. Others reappear under circumstances so strange they seem almost supernatural. and few ghost ship stories are as famous or as mysterious as that of the Mary Celeste. A ship found adrift, perfectly intact but with no crew aboard. No signs of struggle, no evidence of disaster, just an eerie silence and a lingering mystery that has never been solved. The Mary Celeste is one of the most famous maritime enigmas of all time, and over a century and a half later, we're still asking the same question. What happened to the crew? The Mary Celeste was a merchant brigantine built in 1861 and originally launched under the name Amazon. She was a sturdy, 103-foot-long vessel designed for transatlantic trade, carrying cargo between Europe, North America, and beyond. But from the very beginning, the ship had a troubled history. On her maiden voyage, her first captain died unexpectedly. Over the years, she ran aground, collided with another ship, and even caught fire in port. Some sailors whispered that the vessel was cursed, but most dismissed it as bad luck. After several changes in ownership, she was given a new name, Mary Celeste, and sent back out to sea. By 1872, she was under the command of Captain Benjamin Briggs, an experienced mariner with an excellent reputation. He had a crew of 7, along with his wife, Sarah, and their 2-year-old daughter, Sophia. On November 7, 1872, the Mary Celeste set sail from New York, bound for Genoa, Italy, carrying a cargo of 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol. It should have been a routine crossing of the Atlantic, but the ship would never reach its destination. On December 5, 1872, nearly a month after the Mary Celeste had left New York, a British vessel, the Dei Gratia, was sailing across the Atlantic when the crew spotted something strange. A ship was drifting aimlessly in the open ocean, its sails in tatters, swaying with the current. As the Dei Gratia approached, they realized something was wrong. No one was at the helm. No one was on deck. The ship was completely abandoned. The captain of the Dei Gratia, David Morehouse, knew Captain Briggs personally. It made no sense. Briggs was a skilled sailor, not the kind of man to abandon his vessel. Morehouse sent a boarding party to investigate, and what they found only deepened the mystery. The Mary Celeste was in near-perfect condition. There was no sign of struggle, no damage from storms or pirates. The ship's cargo was mostly intact, except for 9 barrels, which were empty. The crew's personal belongings were still in their quarters. A half-eaten meal was left untouched in the galley, as if the crew had simply vanished in the middle of dinner. Even more bizarre, the ship's lifeboat was missing, suggesting that the crew had left voluntarily. But why? There was no sign of fire or explosion. The ship wasn't sinking. And perhaps the most unnerving detail: the last entry in the ship's logbook was dated November 25, 1872, 10 days before she was found. The disappearance of the Mary Celeste crew has baffled historians, sailors, and investigators for over 150 years. Without any survivors to explain what happened, all we have are theories, some logical, some far more bizarre. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the ship may have been abandoned due to a possible explosion risk. The Mary Celeste was carrying industrial alcohol, a highly flammable substance. Some experts suggest that fumes from the alcohol may have built up in the cargo hold. If the crew smelled the fumes or heard a small explosion, they may have panicked and abandoned ship, fearing a massive detonation. But if that was the case, why didn't they return when the ship remained intact? Another possibility is that the crew encountered a rare meteorological phenomenon, a waterspout. Waterspouts are tornado-like whirlwinds that form over the ocean, capable of creating intense updrafts and sudden pressure changes. If a powerful waterspout hit the ship, it could have temporarily flooded the deck, making the crew believe the ship was sinking. In their panic, they may have launched the lifeboat and been lost at sea. Then there's the theory of piracy or mutiny. Some have speculated that the Dei Gratia's crew may have had something to do with the Mary Celeste's fate. Perhaps they found the ship abandoned and decided to claim it for salvage. However, this theory has little evidence to support it, and the Dei Gratia's crew was never formally accused of foul play. One of the more unsettling theories suggests that something unnatural may have been involved. The open ocean has always been a place of mystery, and stories of ghost ships, sea monsters, and strange disappearances stretch back centuries. Could the Mary Celeste have fallen victim to something beyond our understanding? While these ideas may sound fantastical, the fact remains: an entire crew disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a ship that was perfectly seaworthy. The Mary Celeste was towed to Gibraltar, where an investigation was launched, but no definitive answers were ever found. Eventually, the ship was sold and put back into service, but she never truly escaped her reputation as a cursed vessel. In 1885, her final captain, desperate to rid himself of the unlucky ship, deliberately ran her aground off the coast of Haiti in an attempt to commit insurance fraud. The plan failed, and the Mary Celeste was left to rot on the seabed, her haunted reputation following her even in death. The Mary Celeste remains one of the most infamous ghost ship mysteries of all time. A vessel found perfectly intact yet completely abandoned. Her crew vanished without a trace. Theories range from rational to supernatural, but the truth remains buried somewhere in the cold Atlantic. But maritime mysteries don't end there. Over the centuries, countless ships have disappeared, sometimes taking entire crews with them, never to be seen again. And in 1880, the HMS Atalanta, a British naval training ship, became one of the most baffling disappearances in history. A ship filled with young sailors, setting out on what should have been a routine voyage, only to vanish entirely, leaving behind no wreckage, no survivors, nothing. The HMS Atalanta wasn't a warship nor a merchant vessel. It was a training ship, designed to educate young cadets in the Royal Navy. Originally built as the HMS Juno in 1844, she served as a sixth-rate frigate before being converted into a training vessel in 1878. Renamed Atalanta, the ship became a floating classroom, used to teach future sailors the ins and outs of life at sea. In January of 1880, the HMS Atalanta departed from Bermuda, bound for England. On board were 281 men, most of them young cadets undergoing training. Under the command of Captain Francis Sterling, the journey was supposed to be straightforward, a return voyage across the Atlantic that had been made countless times before. But this time, something went terribly wrong. The ship never arrived. No distress signals were ever received. No wreckage was ever found. The HMS Atalanta had simply disappeared, swallowed by the sea without a trace. The disappearance of the HMS Atalanta sparked immediate concern and an extensive search effort, but despite combing the ocean for months, no sign of the ship or her crew was ever found. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the ship encountered a violent storm. The North Atlantic in winter is notorious for unpredictable weather, and some historians believe the Atalanta may have been caught in a powerful gale that overwhelmed her. As a wooden sailing vessel, she would have been vulnerable to sudden squalls, and if the storm was severe enough, she could have capsized or been torn apart by the waves. Another possibility is that the ship fell victim to a phenomenon known as a white squall, a sudden intense storm that can form without warning, generating hurricane-force winds that strike with devastating speed. If the Atalanta encountered such a storm, it's possible she went down before the crew had a chance to react. But not everyone believes weather alone was to blame. Some theories suggest that the ship may have suffered from structural failures. As a training vessel, Atalanta was carrying many inexperienced sailors who may not have been prepared for the harsh conditions of the open ocean. If the rigging was mishandled or a critical mistake was made during a storm, the ship could have become uncontrollable, leading to disaster. Others have speculated that a rogue wave, a massive, unexpected wall of water that can tower over 80 feet high, could have been responsible. Rogue waves have been known to strike with little warning, and in the days of wooden sailing ships, one direct hit could easily have sent the vessel straight to the bottom of the ocean. And then, of course, there are the more unusual theories. Some have linked the HMS Atalanta to the Bermuda Triangle, as her last known location was near the region infamous for unexplained disappearances. While there is no concrete evidence to support the idea that the Bermuda Triangle played a role in her fate, the sheer lack of wreckage or survivors has fueled speculation that something stranger may have happened. Despite numerous search efforts and investigations, the HMS Atalanta was never found. The British Admiralty concluded that she was likely lost in a storm, but with no wreckage, no bodies, and no definitive proof, her fate remains one of the great mysteries of the sea. The disappearance was a devastating loss for the Royal Navy, and it led to major changes in how training ships were operated. Future vessels were built with improved safety measures, and training routes were reconsidered to avoid the most dangerous waters during peak storm seasons. But for the families of the 281 men on board, there was no closure, no graves to mourn, no answers, just another ship swallowed by the Atlantic, lost to time. The ocean has a way of making people disappear. Some ships, like the HMS Atalanta, are never seen again, swallowed whole by the waves. Others, like the Resolven, reappear, eerily intact but completely abandoned, as if their crews had simply vanished into thin air. The Resolven is one of the sea's most baffling ghost ships, a vessel found drifting aimlessly in the Atlantic in 1884, its sails still catching the wind, its cargo undisturbed, yet with no living soul on board. The Resolven was a 130-ton merchant brig, a sturdy and reliable vessel built for the long journeys of maritime trade. In August 1884, she departed from Wales, bound for Newfoundland, carrying a cargo of coal and general goods. Her captain, John James, was an experienced mariner, and his crew was small but skilled. By all accounts, it was supposed to be an uneventful voyage. The ship was in good condition, the weather was fair, and there was nothing unusual about the journey ahead. But something changed once they reached open waters. Days later, the Resolven was spotted drifting off the coast of Newfoundland by another ship, the Hussar. At first, everything seemed normal. The brig was intact, its sails set, moving steadily with the wind. But as the Hussar drew closer, something was wrong. There were no signs of life on deck. No one responded to signals or calls. The ship was sailing itself, an empty ghost upon the waves. When the Hussar's crew finally boarded, they found a scene as eerie as it was unsettling. The cabin showed no signs of struggle. The captain's quarters were in order, his bed made, his personal effects still neatly placed. The crew's belongings remained untouched. The ship's cargo was completely intact, showing no evidence of theft or piracy. The logbook was still there, but its last entry contained nothing unusual. No distress signals, no warnings, just the routine details of a journey that had, by all appearances, been proceeding normally. Only two things were missing: the ship's lifeboat and the entire crew. It was clear that the Resolven's crew had abandoned ship. But why? There was no sign of damage to the hull, no leaks, no indication that the vessel was sinking or had taken on water. The food stores were plentiful, and the weather at the time was calm. Everything about the scene suggested that the ship had been left in a hurry, yet there was no evidence of panic or violence. This mystery has baffled historians for well over a century, and countless theories have been proposed to explain what happened to the crew. One possibility is that they abandoned ship due to a false perception of danger. Some suggest that the Resolven may have encountered thick fog or an unusual atmospheric phenomenon that made the crew believe the ship was in distress. If they had feared an imminent sinking, they might have hastily taken to the lifeboat, only to be lost at sea. But if that were the case, why would experienced sailors, including a seasoned captain, make such a fatal miscalculation when the ship showed no actual signs of trouble? Another theory points to foul play. Though piracy was less common by the late 19th century, it was still a possibility. If another vessel had intercepted the Resolven, forcing the crew into the lifeboat and leaving the ship to drift, it could explain their disappearance. However, there were no signs of struggle, no missing cargo, and no reports of a pirate attack in the area. If there had been foul play, it was done with surgical precision, leaving no trace behind. Some speculate that the ship may have been struck by a rogue wave, forcing the crew to abandon ship in a panic. Rogue waves massive and unpredictable walls of water have been known to capsize ships or sweep people overboard in an instant. If such a wave had hit suddenly, the crew might have been thrown into the sea or felt the ship was no longer safe, causing them to flee. However, the lack of structural damage makes this explanation difficult to accept. Then there's the supernatural. As with all great maritime mysteries, whispers of ghostly interference and paranormal events have been attached to the Resolven's fate. Some believe the ship was cursed, that an unseen force lured the crew into the sea, leaving only the empty vessel behind. Others claim that sea monsters, a common fear among sailors at the time, could have played a role. While these explanations belong more to folklore than fact, they do highlight the eerie nature of the case, because whatever happened, it was sudden, it was complete, and it left no trace. The Resolven was eventually towed to shore, where investigators attempted to piece together what had happened. No sign of the crew was ever found, no wreckage from the lifeboat washed up on shore, no conclusive explanation was ever reached. In the end, the Resolven remains one of the great ghost ship mysteries, another vessel that ventured into the Atlantic and returned without its people, an empty shell adrift in the vast and unforgiving sea. The ocean is a place of endless movement, currents shifting, tides rising and falling, waves pushing against the shore. Ships come and go, lost to storms, claimed by the depths, or simply forgotten. But what happens when a ship doesn't sink? When it doesn't vanish completely, but instead lingers, drifting through the waves for decades, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. That was the fate of the SS Beichimo, one of history's most famous ghost ships, a vessel that refused to die. The Beichimo was built in 1914, a steam-powered cargo ship designed to withstand the harsh Arctic conditions of the northern seas. Originally launched under a German flag, the ship changed hands after World War I, falling into the possession of the Hudson's Bay Company, a major force in the fur trade. The Beichimo was tasked with transporting pelts and supplies between northern Canada and trading ports further south, navigating the icy waters of the Arctic year after year without issue. By 1931, the ship was well known along the frozen trade routes, captained by experienced sailors who knew how to handle the brutal conditions. But that year, something changed. As winter closed in and ice began to form earlier than expected, the Beichimo became trapped in the frozen waters off the coast of Alaska. It wasn't the first time this had happened. Getting stuck in ice was a constant risk in Arctic trade, but this time, the crew wasn't sure if they'd be able to free the ship before the deep freeze set in. For days, the crew tried to break through the thickening ice, hoping for a chance to escape. But nature wasn't cooperating. The Beichimo was locked in place, unable to move, and as the temperatures continued to drop, it became clear that the ship was going nowhere. Faced with the brutal reality of an Arctic winter, the crew made the difficult decision to abandon ship. They built a temporary shelter on the ice and prepared to wait out the worst of the season, keeping watch over the Beichimo in case they had an opportunity to reclaim it. Then, one night, a powerful blizzard swept through the area. The storm was fierce, with howling winds and blinding snow cutting visibility to nearly nothing. When the weather finally calmed and the crew stepped outside to check on their ship, the Beichimo was gone. At first, they assumed the vessel had sunk, crushed by the shifting ice, dragged beneath the surface by the relentless forces of the Arctic. But then, just days later, reports came in from local Inuit hunters who claimed to have seen the ship drifting through the ice fields, eerily intact. Confused but determined, the crew tracked the Beichimo down, finding it floating aimlessly miles away from where they had last seen it. But by this point, the damage from the ice was extensive. They deemed the ship too unstable to salvage, too risky to attempt another journey. With no other choice, the Hudson's Bay Company officially abandoned the Beichimo, expecting it to be claimed by the ocean. But it wasn't. Instead of sinking, the Beichimo became something else, something rarely seen in maritime history. It became a true ghost ship. Over the following decades, the Beichimo continued to appear in different parts of the Arctic, drifting silently through the ice, Always moving, never settling in one place for too long, sailors, hunters, and explorers would spot the ship unexpectedly, sometimes catching glimpses of its dark hull emerging through the fog. Each time, it was abandoned, unmanned, and yet still floating, as if it refused to give in to the sea. In 1932, a year after it had been left for dead, a group of Inuit hunters came across the ship again, still intact, still drifting aimlessly. In 1933, a crew of traders actually managed to board it, hoping to claim it, only for another brutal storm to roll in and force them to flee before they could take control. Time and time again, the Beichimo was seen, approached, but never successfully salvaged. One of the most famous sightings came in 1939, when a group of explorers boarded the ship and reported that despite years of drifting in the Arctic, much of the cargo and interior remained largely untouched. But once again, before they could take control, an incoming storm forced them to abandon it. It was almost as if the Beichimo had a mind of its own, refusing to be captured. As the years passed, the sightings became less frequent. Occasionally, a passing ship or a group of Inuit travelers would report spotting the Beichimo, still floating, still refusing to sink. But with each new sighting, the ship was in worse condition. Ice had taken its toll, storms had battered its hull, and the structure had slowly begun to collapse. Then, in 1969, the Beichimo was seen for the last time. A group of travelers reported spotting the ghost ship, but by this point, it was barely holding together, its skeletal remains still afloat, but barely recognizable as the once proud cargo vessel it had been. After that, it was never seen again. What happened to the Beichimo? Most assume that, after nearly 40 years of drifting, it finally succumbed to the Arctic. The ice, which had once tried to claim it in 1931, likely finished the job decades later, dragging the ship beneath the waves, burying it forever in the cold, dark depths. But then again, no wreckage has ever been found. No one has ever located its final resting place. And so the mystery remains. Did the Beichimo finally meet its end? Or is it still out there, hidden beneath the ice, waiting for someone to find it? It is one of the longest-lasting ghost ships in history, a vessel that defied nature, storms, and time itself, sailing on long after it should have been gone. The ocean has always been a place of mystery, a vast and unforgiving expanse that swallows ships, secrets, and sometimes entire crews without a trace. For centuries, sailors have ventured into the unknown, some never to return, leaving behind only fragments of their stories. Some of these disappearances remain unsolved, the wrecks still waiting to be found beneath the waves. But others, once lost to history, have finally been rediscovered. Preserved time capsules, resting in the deep, holding the final moments of their doomed voyages. And few maritime tragedies are as haunting as the story of HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, two state-of-the-art Royal Navy vessels that set out on an ambitious expedition to conquer the Arctic, only to vanish without a trace. Their disappearance baffled historians for over 150 years, leaving behind little more than chilling rumors of starving men, desperate last journeys, and eerie accounts from the Inuit who encountered them in their final days. But while their wrecks have now been found, the mystery of their fate remains. The Arctic is a place that holds its secrets well, an expanse of ice and water so vast, so unyielding, that anything lost within it can remain hidden for centuries. It is a land of extremes, where temperatures plummet to -50 degrees Fahrenheit, where the sun disappears for months at a time, and where the ice is constantly shifting, swallowing anything that lingers too long. It is one of the most inhospitable places on Earth, a region that has claimed the lives of countless explorers. And yet for centuries, it has drawn men toward it, promising riches, discovery, and the possibility of carving their names into history. Among the many who tried to conquer it, one expedition stands out, not for its success, but for its haunting, tragic end. The story of HMS Erebus and HMS Terror is one of the greatest maritime mysteries in history, a tale of ambition, perseverance, and the relentless, merciless grip of the Arctic. these were no ordinary ships. They were part of one of the most ambitious expeditions of the 19th century, an attempt to chart the fabled Northwest Passage, a route through the Arctic that promised to link the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Instead, they vanished, leaving behind a trail of scattered artifacts, chilling tales of suffering, and a mystery that would take over 150 years to unravel. By the mid-19th century, Britain was determined to be the first nation to complete the Northwest Passage, a treacherous Arctic sea route that could revolutionize trade. For decades, expeditions had been sent to map the region, but all had failed, either forced to turn back or lost to the ice. However, in 1845, the Royal Navy launched what was to be its most well-equipped and well-planned Arctic voyage yet. Commanding the mission was Sir John Franklin, a veteran of previous Arctic expeditions, a seasoned explorer who had already mapped large portions of the Canadian North. Leading 128 men aboard two ships, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, Franklin's mission was to complete the final, missing section of the Northwest Passage. The two ships were among the most advanced of their time. Originally built as bomb vessels designed to withstand the force of heavy artillery, they were repurposed for polar exploration and reinforced with thick iron plating to endure the crushing Arctic ice. They were equipped with steam engines that could propel them through calm waters when the wind failed, and they carried enough provisions to last at least 3 years. Each ship had a library stocked with books, instruments for scientific study, and even a hand-cranked organ to provide entertainment for the crew during the long, sunless Arctic winters. It was, by all accounts, a voyage prepared for the worst. The expedition set sail from England in May 1845, stopping briefly in Greenland to send letters back home before pressing onward into the Arctic. They were last seen in late July by whalers in Baffin Bay, where they appeared to be in good condition, confidently sailing westward toward the unknown. After that, they vanished. For years, there was no word. The British government initially assumed the expedition was delayed, but safe. However, as time stretched on with no communication, concern grew. In 1848, multiple search parties were dispatched to locate them, but the Arctic revealed nothing. No wreckage, no survivors, just an empty, frozen expanse where 2 ships and 129 men had once been. Then, in the 1850s, the first clues began to surface. A search party led by John Ray, a Scottish explorer, encountered Inuit communities who spoke of strange, starving men seen wandering the ice. They had reportedly resorted to cannibalism in their final days, their bodies littered along the frozen ground. In 1859, another search team uncovered a note left in a stone cairn on King William Island. It was dated April 25th, 1848, and its message was grim. Both ships had become trapped in ice for over a year and a half. Franklin had died in June 1847, along with many of the crew. The remaining men, weak and starving, had abandoned the ships, attempting to trek southward on foot. They never made it. The note provided one of the final written records of the doomed expedition, but it did little to explain the full extent of the disaster. What followed was one of the most harrowing tales of survival in maritime history. According to Inuit oral accounts, the desperate men had suffered frostbite, scurvy, and starvation. They had been seen dragging makeshift sleds filled with supplies across the ice, their faces hollow, their movements erratic. Some had even spoken of seeing them eating the flesh of their fallen crewmates, a horrifying but ultimately understandable act of survival in such a brutal environment. When skeletal remains of the crew were eventually examined in the late 20th century, forensic analysis revealed deep cut marks on the bones, consistent with the removal of flesh. The stories were true. Despite all efforts, the ships themselves remained lost. The Arctic had swallowed them whole, keeping its secrets locked beneath ice and water. For over a century, the Erebus and Terror were nothing more than ghost ships, whispered about in legends and speculation. But then, in 2014, a breakthrough came. A Canadian search team, using sonar and underwater drones, located HMS Erebus in Victoria Strait, resting on the seabed in remarkably good condition. 2 years later, HMS Terror was found over 50 miles away in Terror Bay, its hull still intact, its cabins preserved as if frozen in time. Inside, researchers discovered dishes still stacked on shelves, furniture undisturbed, and even journals and logbooks that might one day reveal more details about the crew's final days. The discovery of the wrecks solved one mystery, where the ships had gone, but left many questions unanswered. Why did they become trapped for so long? What truly led to the death of all 129 men? One prevailing theory suggests lead poisoning played a role. The expedition's canned food was sealed with lead solder, and evidence from crew members' bones suggests high levels of lead exposure. This could have led to cognitive impairment, making their survival decisions increasingly desperate. Others speculate that illness, such as tuberculosis or scurvy, combined with brutal Arctic conditions, sealed their fate long before they had a chance to escape. There's also the unsettling possibility that something else went wrong, something beyond hunger, sickness, and cold. The Inuit who encountered the last survivors described them as behaving strangely, almost as if they were losing their minds. Some spoke of seeing gaunt, hollow-eyed men stumbling through the ice, unable to communicate properly. Their accounts have led to theories of ergot poisoning from contaminated food, or even Arctic hysteria, a psychological condition triggered by extreme isolation and starvation. One other possibility, though less often discussed, is the presence of rogue waves. While not common in the frozen Arctic waters, freak waves have been known to form in extreme conditions, capable of swallowing ships instantly. Could such a wave have damaged the vessels, leading to their entrapment in the ice? It's an unlikely theory, but the Arctic remains a place of unpredictability. Even with the ships now found, Erebus and Terror remain ghostly relics of a doomed expedition, their silent remains resting in the Arctic depths. Divers continue to explore their interiors, searching for more clues hidden in the frozen past. But the true story of what happened to Franklin's men, their suffering, their final moments, may never be fully known. The fate of HMS Erebus and HMS Terror is a grim reminder of how unforgiving the sea can be. Ice, starvation, and exposure sealed the doom of those aboard, leaving their ships entombed beneath the Arctic for over a century. But not every mystery ends with wreckage trapped beneath the waves. Sometimes, a ship is found drifting, empty. Its crew vanished without a trace. No wreckage, no distress calls, just an eerie silence where life should have been. And few cases embody this mystery more than MV Joita, a vessel discovered abandoned in the vast Pacific, its fate sealed not by ice and cold, but by something far stranger. The MV Joita was a merchant vessel, originally built as a luxury yacht in 1931, before being repurposed for war service during World War II. She survived combat duty in the Pacific and was later converted into a cargo and passenger ship. By 1955, she was operating in the South Pacific, regularly making trips between Samoa and the Tokelau Islands. She was well used but still considered seaworthy, despite a history of mechanical issues and wear. On October 3, 1955, the Joita set sail from Apia, Samoa, bound for the Tokelau Islands, about 270 miles away. On board were 16 crew members and 9 passengers, including a doctor who was traveling to perform a medical procedure. The trip was supposed to take 2 days, but the Joita never arrived. A massive search effort was launched, with planes and ships scouring the Pacific for any sign of the vessel. But days turned into weeks, and no wreckage was found. It was as if the ship had simply disappeared into the vast ocean. But 5 weeks later, on November 10th, a merchant vessel spotted something drifting near Fiji, over 600 miles from where the Joita was last seen. The ship was found listing heavily to one side, partially submerged but still afloat. The engine was dead, the radio was tuned to the international distress frequency, but no distress call had ever been received. Most eerie of all, the Joyita was completely abandoned. There was no sign of the 25 people who had been on board. When investigators boarded the ship, they found an unsettling scene. The cabins were in disarray, with medical kits open and bloody bandages scattered on the floor. The lifeboats were missing. The ship's logbook and navigational equipment were gone. There was a large hole in the deck, but no major damage to suggest a catastrophic event. And strangest of all, despite being abandoned for weeks, the ship's cargo, including barrels of oil and medical supplies, remained untouched. So what happened to the people on board? Theories have circulated for decades, but no single explanation fits all the evidence. Some believe that the Joyita took on water due to a mechanical failure, and the crew panicked, abandoning ship prematurely in lifeboats, only to be lost at sea. But this theory has holes. The Joyita was still afloat when it was found, meaning it hadn't sunk quickly. And even with a damaged engine, it was a ship designed to be nearly unsinkable, thanks to its cork-lined hull. Others speculate that pirates may have boarded the Joyita, forcing the crew and passengers off the ship. But again, the ship's cargo was still intact, valuable goods left untouched, which seems unlikely if piracy was the motive. Then there's the theory that something more sinister happened. Some believe there may have been a violent struggle on board, possibly a mutiny or an attack, which led to the crew and passengers being forced overboard. The presence of blood-stained bandages suggests that at least one person was injured before the ship was abandoned. But without bodies, without survivors, there are only unanswered questions. One of the strangest details of the Joyita's disappearance is the radio. It had been tuned to the distress frequency, but no distress call was ever received. That suggests someone had tried to send a message, but for some reason it never got through. Perhaps the radio failed. Perhaps something prevented them from sending a call before they were forced off the ship. Decades later, the Joyita remains one of the most enduring ghost ship mysteries of the modern era. Unlike the Mary Celeste, which was found in eerily perfect condition, the Joyita told a story of something going wrong, something violent, something panicked. But what exactly happened remains unknown, and for the 25 people who vanished without a trace, the truth may never be found. The MV Joyita taught us one thing. When it comes to the sea, a ship can become a ghost in the blink of an eye. But not all ghost ships are relics from the distant past, and not all of them vanish into the deep. Some just appear out of nowhere, with no warning and no explanation. That's exactly what happened in 2006, off the coast of Sardinia, Italy, when a sleek, elegant yacht drifted into view. It was the SV Bel Amica, a ship that shouldn't have been there, with no crew on board and no obvious signs of distress. But unlike the weathered, abandoned vessels of maritime lore, this ship seemed almost untouched, like its crew had simply stepped off for a moment and never returned. The SV Bel Amica was first spotted by the Italian Coast Guard, floating aimlessly near Punta Volpe, a picturesque stretch of Sardinian coastline known for its turquoise waters and wealthy visitors. At first glance, the vessel seemed like it belonged to one of the wealthy tourists who frequently cruise through the Mediterranean. It was a modern luxury schooner, fitted with expensive equipment and stocked with fine food and personal belongings. There were half-finished meals in the galley, clothing left in the cabins, and even French maps and documents spread across a table. But there was no sign of any crew, no distress signals, and no clear indication of what had happened. This immediate mystery captured attention around the world. How could such a well-maintained vessel, clearly prepared for a comfortable voyage, be found completely deserted? The first theories were dramatic: a hijacking, a high-seas kidnapping, maybe even something paranormal. The eeriness of an empty ship gently rocking in the clear waters of Sardinia sparked comparisons to some of history's most famous ghost ships, like the Mary Celeste. But in this case, answers came faster than expected. Authorities quickly traced the yacht to its owner, a wealthy man from Luxembourg. According to official reports, the disappearance wasn't the result of foul play or tragedy. It was simply a case of the owner abandoning the ship due to financial or personal issues. He had left the vessel to drift while avoiding port fees or legal trouble, something that, while rare, does happen in the yachting world. In that sense, SV Bel Amica wasn't a ghost ship born of disaster, but of neglect. But despite this relatively mundane explanation, the SV Bel Amica retained a strange allure. Its discovery played into a deep, ancient fear of the sea, that a ship is only as alive as the people aboard it. And once they're gone, all that's left is a hollow shell, a drifting reminder of just how easily life can vanish at sea. Even knowing the truth, there's something undeniably unsettling about a yacht with dinner set on the table, gently moving with the tide, its passengers nowhere to be found. The Bel Amica wasn't ancient, cursed, or tragic, but it became a modern ghost story, a reminder that the sea doesn't always need storms or disasters to swallow its travelers. Sometimes all it takes is a quiet decision to leave, and a ship becomes a mystery all the same. And though this story had a solution, many others, ships far older and more storied, are still out there, drifting through history with no answers at all. One such ship began its life not as a ghost, but as a proud vessel of exploration, part of a desperate search for answers in one of the harshest environments on Earth. This is the story of HMS Resolute, a ship lost to the ice, only to return from the dead and become a symbol of mystery, survival, and strange maritime fate. HMS Resolute was a British Royal Navy ship launched in 1850, purpose-built for a grim and dangerous mission: to search for the missing Franklin expedition. By the time Resolute joined the hunt, Sir John Franklin and his two ships, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, had already vanished into the Arctic void, swallowed by the unforgiving ice while searching for the elusive Northwest Passage. Britain, desperate for answers and determined to recover their lost heroes, sent out a series of search parties, Resolute among them, hoping to find some trace of Franklin's fate. Armed with reinforced hulls designed to withstand the brutal pressure of Arctic ice, HMS Resolute set sail into the frozen wilderness. But the Arctic was, and still is, a place where the sea is not just water, but an ever-shifting labyrinth of ice floes and jagged pressure ridges. In 1854, after years of fruitless searching and slowly losing its battle against the encroaching ice, Resolute was abandoned by her crew. With no way to break free from the relentless grip of the pack ice, the men had no choice but to march across the ice to safety, leaving their sturdy ship behind to its icy fate. HMS Resolute, like so many Arctic vessels, was expected to become part of the frozen graveyard, crushed and buried under centuries of snow and silence. But this is where Resolute's story took a turn into legend. 2 years after her abandonment, in 1855, an American whaling ship spotted something impossible drifting in the icy waters of Baffin Island. It was HMS Resolute, battered by the elements but remarkably intact, having somehow freed herself from the ice and drifted thousands of miles south without a crew. It was as though the ship had a will of its own, refusing to be claimed by the Arctic, and instead sailing itself back into human hands. The discovery of Resolute sparked both celebration and confusion. Maritime experts were stunned. How had the ship, locked in unbreakable Arctic ice, not only survived but navigated such a vast distance on its own? Some called it a miracle, others a strange twist of fate. Either way, the abandoned vessel was salvaged by the Americans and returned to the British as a gesture of goodwill, a symbol of cooperation between the two nations in an era when relations were often tense. The Royal Navy welcomed Resolute home, and for a time, she resumed service, a ship literally returned from the dead. But even that wasn't the end of her story. When Resolute was eventually decommissioned, her timbers were salvaged and used to build something iconic, what would become the Resolute Desk, a gift from Queen Victoria to the President of the United States. To this day, that desk sits in the Oval Office, a direct link between the modern world and a 19th century ghost ship that refused to die. Of course, the practical explanation for Resolute's journey is that changing ice conditions and shifting currents simply carried her into open water. But mariners, especially those who've spent time in the unpredictable Arctic, no better than to reduce everything to simple mechanics. They know ships can take on a life of their own. Abandoned hulls develop personalities. They creak, they shift, they move without reason or warning, guided by forces that don't appear on any chart. To sailors, Resolute was proof that no ship is truly dead until the sea swallows it whole. And even then, some ships just refuse to sink. They drift, they wander, they haunt the edges of known waters, waiting to be found again, or perhaps hoping to remain lost. This is the haunting heart of Resolute's story, a ship whose ghost was too stubborn to stay dead. Of course, there were those who believed something more supernatural was at play. Ghost ships, after all, are a maritime tradition as old as sailing itself. Some suggested that the spirits of Franklin's lost men had taken the ship under their ghostly command, guiding her through the ice in one last act of defiance against the Arctic that had claimed them. It was romantic, eerie, and almost fitting given the ship's purpose. But perhaps the most mysterious part of Resolute's story is what it represents, a vessel with a kind of unfinished business. She was built to find answers, to locate Franklin and solve one of the greatest mysteries in British exploration history. Instead, she became part of that same mystery, another lost and found story in the Arctic's endless ledger of vanished ships and vanished men. Even now, Resolute's legacy lives on, not just in the famous desk, but in every story of ghost ships found adrift, with no explanation. Every strange account of vessels appearing where no vessel should be. Her story is a reminder that the sea, for all our maps and instruments, still holds the power to make even the most rational sailor believe in ghosts. From the icy grip of the Arctic to the unforgiving seas off South Africa, the world's oceans seem to have a unique way of swallowing ships whole, and sometimes refusing to give them back. Some vessels, like HMS Resolute, return in ways no one can explain. Others, however, simply vanish, leaving only silence in their wake. And few maritime disappearances are as unsettling or as enduring as the story of the SS Waratah, a luxury liner that disappeared off the coast of South Africa in 1909, earning the grim nickname, the Titanic of the Southern Hemisphere. The Waratah was a ship built for the booming age of passenger liners, an era when sea travel wasn't just a necessity, it was a statement. Built in 1908 by the Blue Anchor Line, Waratah measured over 465 feet long and displaced more than 9,300 tons. Her design was ambitious, part luxury passenger vessel, part cargo ship. She offered first-class travelers ornate dining rooms, lounges decked in polished wood, and cabins equipped with the latest comforts of the Edwardian era. But below decks, her cavernous holds were meant to carry goods critical to Australia's growing trade: wool, meat, and precious metals. Her maiden voyage from London to Sydney was uneventful, and Waratah seemed to live up to expectations. But even in those early days, there were murmurs among her crew and passengers. Some reported that the ship felt top-heavy in rough seas, prone to an unsettling, sluggish roll. Others brushed off the concerns. She was, after all, a brand new ship, built by one of the most reputable companies in the business. Whatever the truth, those doubts would loom larger with each passing mile. By July 1909, Waratah was returning to England from her second voyage to Australia. On July 26th, she departed Durban, South Africa, heading toward Cape Town. That stretch of water, where the Indian and Atlantic Oceans meet, is known for unpredictable weather and powerful currents. But at first, the Waratah seemed to sail smoothly. The following morning, a passing cargo ship, Clan McIntyre, sighted Waratah. The two ships exchanged signals, routine pleasantries, and Clan McIntyre noted nothing unusual. Waratah was on course, steaming confidently into the horizon. That was the last time anyone saw her. When Waratah failed to arrive in Cape Town, alarm quickly spread. Search efforts were launched, combing hundreds of miles of coastline and open sea. Ships scanned the horizon for lifeboats, wreckage, anything that might explain her disappearance. But the search turned up nothing. Waratah was simply gone. No distress signals, no debris, no trace at all. In the weeks and months that followed, speculation ran wild. Newspapers published conflicting theories. Had Waratah struck a hidden reef? Had she fallen victim to a freak storm or rogue wave? Had her top-heavy design caused her to capsize suddenly, giving the crew no chance to respond? Every theory had holes, and without evidence, none could be proven. The possibility of rogue waves, which mariners at the time considered more folklore than fact, has gained more traction in recent decades. These colossal, unexpected walls of water, sometimes rising over 80 feet, are now known to form in precisely the kind of chaotic waters Waratah was sailing through. If such a wave struck her, especially if her stability was already compromised, it could have overwhelmed the ship instantly, sending her to the bottom before a distress call could be made. There were also the whispers, those eerie, persistent tales that cling to maritime tragedies like mist to the sea. Some sailors swore they saw Waratah drifting, ghost-like, far off the South African coast in the years after her disappearance. Fishermen spoke of strange lights on the water, appearing and disappearing without warning. One captain even claimed to have spotted a phantom ship eerily matching Waratah's description, only for it to vanish in the blink of an eye. As the years passed, search expeditions continued. In the 1980s, treasure hunter Emlyn Brown became obsessed with Waratah, spending over 2 decades combing the ocean floor with sonar and remotely operated vehicles. Time and again, promising leads turned out to be nothing. Rock formations that resembled hulls, or old wrecks unrelated to Waratah. Eventually, Brown called off the search, stating that he believed the ship would never be found. But if Waratah was never recovered, what exactly happened to her? One leading theory centers on her controversial design. Reports from her maiden voyage had noted her tendency to list in heavy seas, a troubling sign of instability. If her cargo shifted during rough weather, or if her ballast tanks were improperly managed, it could have caused the ship to capsize abruptly, with no time for her crew to send a distress signal. Another possibility is structural failure. As a new design combining luxury passenger accommodations with heavy cargo holds, Waratah may have suffered from unforeseen stresses in her hull. If her keel or bulkheads gave way under the strain of rough seas, the ship could have broken apart and sunk before anyone on board could react. There's also the human factor. Though Captain Ilbury was an experienced commander, even the most seasoned mariners make mistakes under pressure. Navigation errors along South Africa's notoriously dangerous coast could have led Waratah directly into disaster. If she struck a submerged object or ran aground, she might have sunk quickly enough to leave no trace. Some have suggested more outlandish explanations, a collision with an unknown vessel, or even foul play by a rival shipping line. But no evidence has ever supported these claims. What remains are only the facts. A modern ship, equipped with experienced crew and all the technology of the time, vanished without a trace in one of the busiest shipping lanes on Earth. Perhaps the most unsettling element of Waratah's story is its silence. Most shipwrecks, even those lost in deep water, eventually leave some evidence: floating wreckage, oil slicks, lifeboats. But Waratah left nothing. It was as if the ocean simply opened up and swallowed her whole. To this day, she remains one of maritime history's greatest unsolved mysteries, a cautionary tale about the sea's unforgiving nature. Some believe she rests somewhere off the wild coast, shattered and hidden in underwater canyons, too treacherous for modern search teams to fully explore. Others believe she lies much further out, caught in the powerful currents that sweep around the Cape of Good Hope, carried far from her intended course before finally succumbing to the deep. What is certain is that Waratah has become more than just a lost ship. She's a ghost, a story sailors tell each other when the fog rolls in thick and the horizon disappears. She's a reminder that no matter how advanced our ships become, the ocean always has the final word. From the grand modern ambitions of the SS Waratah, we now turn the clock back even further, to a story that feels ripped straight from a sailor's nightmare. This is the legend of Jenny, a vessel not just lost to time, but seemingly frozen within it. The Jenny is a ghost ship story that, unlike the technological marvels of the 20th century, speaks to the raw, unforgiving power of nature in its most desolate form. The Antarctic, vast, frozen, and deadly, has always been a place where ships go to disappear. But Jenny didn't just vanish. She returned in a way no one expected. The story of Jenny begins in the early 1820s, during the height of the whaling and sealing era. At the time, the Southern Ocean and the Antarctic waters were a dangerous but lucrative frontier, and ships from Europe and North America braved the harsh conditions in search of valuable whale oil and seal skins. Jenny, a small schooner from the Isle of Wight, was one of those vessels. She left port and sailed south into some of the most remote and unforgiving seas on Earth. Then, nothing. Jenny never returned home, never sent word, and like so many ships of her era, she faded into obscurity, presumed wrecked in a storm or crushed by the relentless Antarctic ice. For years, her disappearance was just one of countless maritime losses, until something chilling reportedly occurred in 1840. A whaling ship, the Hope, was navigating the Drake Passage, the treacherous stretch of water between South America's Cape Horn and Antarctica, when her crew spotted something strange drifting among the icebergs. It was a schooner completely encased in ice, her sails tattered but still hanging, her masts frosted over and her hull locked in a deathly stillness. As the Hope drew closer, the crew saw something even more chilling. There were figures visible on board, frozen solid where they stood, like statues trapped in a moment they could never escape. According to the story, the Hope's crew boarded the icebound vessel, where they discovered a scene of absolute horror. The crew of the Jenny was still on board, every man frozen in place. The captain was allegedly found seated at his desk, pen still in hand, his logbook open in front of him. And in that logbook was a final, haunting entry. May 4th, 1823. No food for 71 days. I am the only one left alive. It painted a picture of slow, agonizing starvation, with the ship trapped in ice and the crew helpless to escape. But if the dates were correct, that entry had been written 17 years earlier. The Jenny's tale has since drifted into the realm of maritime legend, its exact origins obscured by time, retellings, and embellishments. There's no official record of the Jenny departing from the Isle of Wight, nor is there a confirmed sighting logged in the records of the Hope. But the story fits a pattern seen in countless ghost ship legends, a vessel vanishing into a remote, dangerous sea, only to reappear years later, eerily preserved and full of unanswered questions. Whether Jenny existed exactly as described is up for debate, but the conditions that underpin her legend are chillingly real. The Southern Ocean, with its freezing temperatures, can indeed preserve ships and bodies for decades. In fact, modern researchers have found remarkably intact wooden ships in Antarctic waters, preserved by the cold, just like the Jenny would have been. There's also the terrifying reality of being trapped in polar ice. Before the advent of icebreakers and satellite navigation, countless ships were caught off guard by the shifting pack ice, sealed in place as temperatures plunged. Crews would be forced to either abandon ship and attempt an overland escape, or stay aboard and slowly starve or freeze. The doomed Franklin expedition in the Arctic and the Endurance expedition in Antarctica both offer documented examples of how quickly the ice can claim a ship and everyone aboard. In this context, the Jenny's fate is tragically plausible. But if Jenny was real, why is there no official record? Some historians believe the story could have originated from an actual encounter with a frozen ship, which was then romanticized into legend by sailors eager to share a chilling tale over a mug of grog. It was not uncommon for sailors to trade ghost stories, especially those serving in the harshest environments on Earth, where the boundary between myth and reality blurred with every passing storm. Some researchers have even suggested that the Jenny story was a cautionary tale, a warning to younger sailors about the dangers of venturing too far south without proper preparation. Despite the lack of official documentation, the Jenny story endures, passed down through books on maritime mysteries, retold in articles and documentaries, and lingering in the collective imagination of those fascinated by ghost ships. It's a story that taps into a primal fear, the idea that the sea can not only claim you, but keep you, freezing you in time and leaving you to drift endlessly. a warning to anyone who follows. The Jenny is also a reminder of just how little we truly know about the world's most remote waters. Even today, Antarctic exploration is difficult and dangerous, and many parts of the Southern Ocean remain largely uncharted. Could there be other Jennies out there sealed in the ice waiting to be found? Perhaps more unsettling is the fact that if such a discovery were made today, it would no longer seem impossible. Science has already shown us how the polar cold can preserve ships for centuries, and how even the smallest wooden vessel can survive against all odds if the conditions are right. Whether Jenny is a true ghost ship or a seafaring tall tale, her story carries a weight that feels undeniably real. The sea is a harsh mistress, and in the vast, empty reaches of the Southern Ocean, survival often comes down to luck. For every ship that returns, there are those that vanish, never to be seen again. And for those unfortunate enough to be found, like Jenny, the discovery raises more questions than it answers. Questions that may never be fully explained. From the frozen ghost of Jenny, locked in time and drifting through the unforgiving Antarctic seas, we now turn to a ship whose story began not in icy isolation, but at the height of transatlantic ambition. A vessel that symbolized progress, luxury, and the bold push into a new era of maritime travel. This is the story of the SS Arctic, a ship built to conquer the Atlantic, but remembered instead for a tragedy that shook the world and left behind one of the most haunting maritime mysteries of the 19th century. Launched in 1850, the SS Arctic was a proud achievement for the Collins Line, an American shipping company determined to rival the dominance of Britain's Cunard Line. At the time, steamships were revolutionizing ocean travel, and the race to establish the fastest and most luxurious service between the United States and Europe was fierce. The Arctic was designed to be a crown jewel in that race, a massive sidewheel steamer nearly 300 feet long, capable of carrying both wealthy passengers and valuable cargo across the Atlantic at unprecedented speed. She was sleek, modern, and a source of immense national pride for the United States, representing the country's growing industrial might. The Arctic was built for comfort as well as speed. Her interiors were fitted with elegant wood paneling, spacious cabins, and dining rooms designed to rival the finest hotels on land. Wealthy travelers flocked to book passage, eager to experience the cutting-edge technology and luxury promised by this new generation of steamships. But behind the glamour, there were risks. Steamships of the era were still relatively new, and their machinery was prone to failure. And in the unpredictable North Atlantic, even the most modern ships were at the mercy of storms, collisions, and ice. On September 27, 1854, the Arctic was en route from Liverpool to New York, carrying more than 400 people, including many wealthy American families, along with cargo. The weather was clear, the crossing calm, until disaster struck. Off the coast of Newfoundland, the Arctic collided with the Vesta, a much smaller French vessel. The collision punched a hole in the Arctic's hull below the waterline, and within moments, it became clear that the ship was sinking. The tragedy that followed was not just about the sinking itself, it was about what happened next. In an era before radio or reliable rescue systems, survival often came down to the actions of the crew and the luck of the passengers. And on the Arctic, panic took hold almost immediately. The crew, many of whom had never been properly trained for disaster, prioritized saving themselves. Lifeboats, of which there were far too few, were launched half empty or taken by crew members instead of passengers. Women and children, the traditional first to be saved, were largely left behind. As the Arctic slowly slipped beneath the waves, only 85 people survived, almost all of them crew members. Nearly all the women and children on board, including the wife and children of the ship's captain, James Luce, perished. The event shocked the world, not only because of the scale of the loss, but because of the brutal breakdown of order and morality during the evacuation. In newspapers on both sides of the Atlantic, the Arctic disaster became a symbol of greed, cowardice, and the dangers of prioritizing luxury and speed over safety. But the story of the Arctic didn't end when she disappeared beneath the surface. Over the years, rumors began to spread that the Arctic hadn't been completely swallowed by the sea. Fishermen claimed to have seen ghostly lights off the Newfoundland coast, flickering beneath the waves. There were even reports of a phantom ship, a steamer with broken paddle wheels, appearing briefly on foggy nights, only to vanish before dawn. Whether these were sightings of the Arctic, or simply products of imagination fueled by the tragedy, they added a spectral element to an already haunting story. Despite numerous attempts, the wreck of the Arctic has never been officially located. The exact site of the collision is known, but the Arctic herself likely drifted before sinking, carried by the currents into deeper, less accessible waters. Modern search efforts have been limited, overshadowed by more famous wreck hunts, but the ship's final resting place remains a mystery. Without a confirmed wreck site, much about her final moments, how fast she went down, how intact her remains might be, remains unknown. The Arctic tragedy also left a cultural legacy that shaped maritime law and public perception of ocean travel. The outcry over the abandonment of women and children led to increased scrutiny of passenger safety and the development of stricter lifeboat regulations, though it would take further tragedies, like the Titanic, to cement these rules into international law. The disaster also cast a long shadow over the Collins Line, which never fully recovered from the public outrage, eventually losing its race with the Cunard Line and fading into history. The Arctic story is more than just the tale of a shipwreck. It's a window into a time when ocean travel balanced on the knife edge between technology and terror, when luxury was built atop the ever-present risk of disaster. The Arctic embodied the bold ambition of her era, but her fate exposed the darker truths beneath that ambition: the greed, the lack of preparedness, the fragile human order that crumbles in the face of survival. And somewhere beneath the cold North Atlantic, she still rests, silent, unseen, and holding on to the secrets of her final hours. From luxury to tragedy, from innovation to infamy, the Arctic story stands as a chilling reminder that no matter how advanced our technology becomes, the sea will always have the final word. And perhaps, even today, as the tides shift over her unmarked grave, her story isn't quite finished. Whether she'll ever be found, or if she'll remain a ghost of the Atlantic forever, only time will tell. From the lost luxury of the SS Arctic, swallowed by the unforgiving Atlantic, we now move into the icy heart of the Great Lakes, to a shipwreck far closer to shore, yet in many ways just as eerie and mysterious. This is the story of the SS Kamloops, a freighter that vanished into Lake Superior in 1927, leaving behind a haunting legend that persists to this day. A legend centered not just on the wreck itself, but on a single preserved body within it. A figure divers have come to call Old Whitey, a ghostly guardian trapped beneath the waves. The SS Kamloops was a Canadian steamship built in 1924, part of a fleet designed for hauling cargo across the Great Lakes. At 250 feet long, the Kamloops wasn't the largest ship on the water, but it was modern, built with steel hull plating and equipped to handle the unpredictable storms that often swept across Lake Superior. The lake, known for its violent weather and treacherous waters, had already claimed dozens of vessels by the time the Kamloops began its service. Still, its crew had confidence in the sturdy freighter, and no one expected the ship to become one of Lake Superior's most famous maritime mysteries. On December 6, 1927, the Kamloops left Fort William, Ontario, heading for Isle Royale, loaded with machinery, piping, and food supplies. The journey should have been routine, but a powerful winter storm rolled across the lake, battering the ship with freezing winds and waves that climbed higher than the decks. Other vessels caught in the same storm made it to port, but the Kamloops vanished. No distress signal was ever received, no wreckage floated to the surface, and no trace of the crew was found. The only evidence of its fate came months later when a few life jackets and supplies washed up on the rocky shores of Isle Royale, but the ship itself was gone. For more than 50 years, the Kamloops remained missing. In the decades after its disappearance, the story of the ship became local lore, whispered about by sailors and fishermen. Some believed the Kamloops had been swallowed whole by a sudden storm, driven so deep into the lake that it lay beyond the reach of even the most experienced divers. Others spoke of ghost lights seen offshore, glowing shapes flickering beneath the surface as if the ship was still down there trying to find its way home. But without a wreck, the Kamloops was more ghost story than fact. That changed in 1977 when a team of recreational divers exploring the waters near Isle Royale stumbled upon a wreck in remarkably good condition. The name on the side confirmed it. They had found the Kamloops. Resting over 260 feet below the surface, the ship lay upright on the lakebed, her hull still largely intact, her cargo scattered but recognizable. After half a century underwater, the Kamloops had barely deteriorated. Lake Superior's freezing temperatures and oxygen-poor depths had preserved the ship like a time capsule. But the most chilling discovery came inside the wreck itself. In the engine room, divers found a human body, so well preserved that it appeared almost lifelike. The cold water had slowed decomposition to a crawl, turning the body's skin a pale, waxy white. The figure was floating just off the floor, tethered by remnants of clothing or equipment, drifting gently in the currents. The divers gave him a name, Old Whitey. The name was a reference to the eerie pallor of his skin, a visual reminder of just how powerful Lake Superior's preserving grip could be. Old Whitey became a legend in his own right, a symbol of the Kamloops tragedy and of Lake Superior's eerie ability to hold on to its dead. Unlike most bodies lost at sea, which decompose and either resurface or vanish, Old Whitey had been locked in time, preserved almost perfectly for 50 years. Divers who returned to the wreck described an unsettling feeling as they approached the engine room, knowing that the ship wasn't entirely empty, that someone had never left. Over the years, some divers reported feeling watched when exploring the wreck, as if Old Whitey's presence somehow lingered beyond his physical remains. His body floated in the water like a ghost caught between worlds, a physical reminder of the men who died aboard the Kamloops, still trapped in the ship that became their tomb. Others speculated about who Old Whitey had been: a deckhand, an engineer, perhaps even the captain himself. Without records to confirm identities, his true story remains a mystery. The discovery of Old Whitey reignited interest in the Kamloops and her fate. What exactly caused her to sink? Investigations pointed to the brutal winter storm that swept across the lake the night she disappeared. High winds and freezing spray would have coated her decks and superstructure in ice, making the ship top-heavy and unstable. It's likely the storm overwhelmed her, causing her to capsize or founder in the rough seas. But why no distress signal was ever sent, and why no bodies ever surfaced, except for those entombed within the ship, remains unanswered. Part of the mystery lies in the nature of Lake Superior itself. Known as one of the most dangerous bodies of water in the world, the lake's size, depth, and unpredictable weather create a perfect trap for ships caught in its grasp. In many cases, ships that sink in Superior vanish entirely, swallowed by the cold and darkness. Even modern sonar searches have struggled to locate wrecks in the lake's deeper sections, where the water is near freezing year-round. And there are those who believe that the Kamloops story and Old Whitey are part of something bigger. Some view Lake Superior as a cursed lake, a body of water that holds onto its dead with unnatural persistence. Stories of preserved bodies like Old Whitey have circulated for years, with divers occasionally reporting sightings of other preserved corpses in older wrecks, floating silently in the cold, clear water. Whether the lake is cursed or simply a natural phenomenon unlike anywhere else in the world, its reputation for swallowing ships and preserving their crews has only grown with time. Today, the Kamloops is a popular but haunting dive site, accessible only to experienced technical divers due to its depth and frigid water. Divers who visit the wreck often pay respects to Old Whitey, whose body still drifts within the ship, nearly a century after the Kamloops vanished. His story, and the story of the ship itself, serve as a chilling reminder that the Great Lakes are not just bodies of water. They are graveyards, and their depths are filled with secrets that may never fully rise to the surface. From the haunting silence of Old Whitey drifting inside the SS Kamloops, we move into far more open waters, where an entirely different kind of tragedy unfolded, one that left behind no ghostly guardian to tell the tale, only fragments of wreckage scattered across the seabed. This is the story of the MV Derbyshire, the largest British ship ever lost at sea, and a case that pushed maritime investigators to reconsider everything they thought they knew about how even the mightiest vessels could fall victim to the raw, unpredictable power of the ocean. The MV Derbyshire was a massive bulk carrier, launched in 1976 and built to transport iron ore and oil across the world's oceans. At over 965 feet long, she was larger than the Titanic, a true behemoth of commercial shipping. Owned by Bibby Line, the Derbyshire represented the height of modern maritime engineering, a combination of strength, capacity, and cutting-edge design built to withstand even the harshest conditions of the open sea. Her job was straightforward: carry enormous loads of cargo across the globe, efficiently and safely. In July of 1980, the Derbyshire set sail from Canada, loaded with over 157,000 tons of iron ore, bound for Japan. It was a routine journey, the kind that large bulk carriers completed regularly without incident. Her experienced crew of 42 was accompanied by 2 wives who had joined their husbands for the voyage, a rare but not unheard of occurrence. For weeks, the Derbyshire cruised without issue, until she reached the Pacific, near the coast of Okinawa. On September 9, 1980, Derbyshire was caught in the grip of Typhoon Orchid, a violent storm churning up waves over 70 feet high with winds topping 85 miles per hour. For a ship of Derbyshire's size, such storms were challenging but not necessarily fatal. Bulk carriers were designed to weather rough seas, their immense weight providing stability even in heavy swells. But sometime during the storm, Derbyshire vanished without a trace. There was no distress call, no sign of trouble, just silence. When the Derbyshire failed to arrive in Japan, search teams combed the area. All they found was a small oil slick and some floating debris, pieces of lifeboats and cargo hatches. There were no survivors. The disappearance of such a massive vessel, with no warning and no clear explanation, stunned the maritime world. How could a ship of her size simply disappear? What could destroy a ship that large so quickly that her crew couldn't even send out a mayday? For years, the loss of the Derbyshire was considered one of the great maritime mysteries, fueling speculation and countless theories. Some believed she had suffered catastrophic structural failure, perhaps the result of a design flaw in her hatch covers or the immense stresses caused by her fully loaded hull in heavy seas. Others wondered if an uncharted rogue wave, one of the legendary freak waves sailors have reported for centuries, could have struck her broadside, overwhelming the deck and flooding her holds in minutes. The rogue wave theory, once dismissed as maritime folklore, has since gained serious scientific backing. In the 1980s, rogue waves were officially documented by satellite imagery and scientific instruments, proving that these enormous solitary walls of water do exist. These waves, often more than 100 feet high, can form without warning, triggered by complex interactions between currents, storms, and ocean swells. A fully loaded bulk carrier, like the Derbyshire, with her deck already riding low in the water, would have been particularly vulnerable if such a wave crashed over her bow. In the late 1990s, after years of lobbying by families of the lost crew, a full-scale underwater investigation was launched to finally locate the wreck of the Derbyshire. Using remotely operated vehicles and deep-sea sonar, search teams eventually found her remains lying more than 2 miles beneath the surface. The wreck was spread across a wide debris field, a grim jigsaw puzzle scattered by the tremendous forces that tore the ship apart. The investigation revealed critical clues. The hatch covers, responsible for protecting the ship's holds from flooding, had failed catastrophically. Waves had forced their way inside, filling the holds with water until the ship's buoyancy was overwhelmed. Once the first hold flooded, the weight imbalance caused a cascading failure, pulling the rest of the ship under in mere minutes. But what triggered the initial breach? Investigators concluded that a combination of Typhoon Orchid's relentless waves and possibly a rogue wave delivered the fatal blow. Modern analysis of rogue wave patterns showed that the conditions around Okinawa that day were capable of producing such a wave, one that could have risen far higher than the rest of the storm swell, slamming into Derbyshire like a liquid wall of concrete. This theory fits with the speed of her loss. A rogue wave hitting just right could have crushed her bow, collapsing the forward hatches and sending water rushing inside faster than the crew could react. With no time to send a distress signal, the ship would have gone down almost instantly, leaving only scattered wreckage and unanswered questions. The loss of the Derbyshire became a turning point in maritime safety. Her sinking led to sweeping changes in ship construction standards, particularly for bulk carriers. New regulations required stronger hatch covers, improved internal bulkheads, and better systems for monitoring and maintaining cargo hatches during rough weather. In a sense, the Derbyshire's loss, while tragic, helped make future ships safer, her story written into the very laws that govern modern shipping. Despite these improvements, the rogue wave theory remains a chilling reminder of the ocean's power. Even the most advanced vessels, built to withstand storms and years at sea, can be undone by a single, freak event. For centuries, sailors had whispered about waves that came from nowhere. Walls of water, taller than buildings that rose in an instant, smashing ships to pieces before disappearing just as quickly. For the Derbyshire, that ancient sailor's legend may have become terrifying reality. Today, the wreck of the Derbyshire rests silently in the Pacific depths, a monument to her lost crew, and a sobering reminder of how small even the largest ships are when faced with the untamed power of the sea. Though technology has advanced, and our understanding of rogue waves has grown, the simple truth remains: the ocean will always hold the upper hand, and sometimes it only takes one wave to rewrite history. From the eerie case of the Derbyshire, we move to a mystery rooted much further back in time, one that takes us to the early 19th century, when steamships were still new and the vast expanse of the Atlantic was both a highway and a hazard. This is the story of the SS President, a ship that set sail with high hopes and never returned. The SS President was launched in 1840, and at the time she was considered one of the most impressive vessels ever built. Measuring about 245 feet long, she was a steamship, part of a new breed of ocean-going vessels that combined sails with cutting-edge steam power. Built in London and operated by the British and American Steam Navigation Company, the President was meant to symbolize a new era of luxury and speed across the Atlantic. She was designed to carry both passengers and mail between Liverpool and New York, a route that was growing in importance as transatlantic travel became more common. Her maiden voyage in 1840 was a success, and for a time, she earned a reputation as a reliable and elegant way to cross the Atlantic. However, beneath her polished reputation, there were troubling signs. The President was larger and heavier than many of her counterparts, and her design was experimental. Engineers were still learning how to balance steam power with traditional sails, and some who sailed on her reported that she was sluggish in rough seas. She sat low in the water, and some speculated that her hull design made her vulnerable to flooding in heavy weather. On March 11, 1841, the President left New York on what would become her final voyage. She carried 136 passengers and crew, along with valuable cargo and mail bound for Britain. The weather was far from ideal. The ship sailed directly into a late winter storm, a brutal North Atlantic gale that battered the eastern seaboard. The storm raged for days, but in the age before reliable radio communication, little was known about the ship's progress. When she failed to arrive in Liverpool on schedule, concern began to spread. Weeks passed, then months. Search efforts were launched, but no trace of the President was ever found. No lifeboats, no debris, no bodies washed ashore. The ship had simply vanished into the Atlantic, leaving behind nothing but questions. In the years that followed, her disappearance became one of the first great maritime mysteries of the steamship era. There were many theories about what might have happened to the President. Some believed she was overwhelmed by the storm, her low profile causing waves to wash over her deck, flooding her holds and engines until she simply slipped beneath the surface. Others suggested a mechanical failure, An early steamship was a complex, temperamental machine, and any number of things could have gone wrong with her boilers, propeller, or rudder. One theory even speculated that the ship collided with an iceberg, though no evidence ever emerged to support that. As decades passed, the story of the president was gradually overshadowed by newer maritime disasters, the Titanic, the Lusitania, and countless others. But the president holds a unique place in history as one of the first major steamship disappearances, a reminder that even with the marvels of technology, the sea has always held the upper hand. Even today, the wreck of the SS President has never been located. Somewhere beneath the waves of the North Atlantic, her iron hull likely rests, slowly disintegrating in the deep. But without even a confirmed position, her final resting place remains unknown. A ghost ship, not in the sense of drifting through the fog, but as a legend lost to time, a ship that became a story the moment she disappeared. The president's fate also served as a cautionary tale for shipbuilders and engineers who followed. Her disappearance highlighted the risks of pushing technological boundaries too quickly, and for years, ship design leaned toward more conservative, battle-tested models before bold experimentation returned. The story of the SS President reminds us that the sea has always held a particular power over ships and over the people who sail them. When a vessel disappears without a trace, it leaves behind a haunting silence, a void that begs to be filled with speculation and imagination. But some maritime mysteries go a step further. Some ships don't just vanish. They return, silent, empty, and frozen in time. This brings us to the Octavius, one of the most chilling ghost ship legends ever recorded. The story begins in 1761, when the Octavius, a three-masted merchant ship, set sail from England to the Far East. Her journey to China was successful, and the crew loaded her holds with valuable cargo. But instead of following the typical route back to England, the Octavius's captain made a fateful decision. He intended to attempt something that had never been done before: traverse the fabled Northwest Passage, a dangerous Arctic shortcut connecting the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. In the 18th century, the passage was considered almost mythical. Its waters were largely unexplored, and the brutal ice made it practically unnavigable. But if the Octavius succeeded, it would shave weeks off the voyage home and rewrite maritime history. That was the last time anyone heard from her. For 13 years, the Octavius was presumed lost at sea. No wreckage, no distress signals, nothing. Until 1775, when a whaling ship called the Herald was sailing off the coast of Greenland. The crew spotted a vessel drifting aimlessly through the frigid water. It was eerily still, sails tattered, its hull coated in frost. As the Herald drew closer, they realized this was no ordinary derelict. The ship's name, barely visible under layers of ice, read Octavius. The whalers boarded the ghost ship, expecting to find her long abandoned. Instead, they walked into a nightmare. The crew of the Octavius was still aboard, but they were all dead, frozen solid. In the captain's cabin, they found the captain himself seated at his desk, logbook in front of him, his hand still clutching a pen. His body was frozen in place, as if time itself had stopped mid-sentence. Around him were his officers, equally preserved by the Arctic cold. It was a ghost ship in the truest sense, a snapshot of death at sea. The logbook told a chilling story. The Octavius had indeed tried to traverse the Northwest Passage, but somewhere along the way, the ice closed in. The ship was trapped, and with no escape, the crew slowly froze to death as the ship drifted through the ice for over a decade. The Herald crew was too terrified to tow the Octavius or salvage her cargo. They took the logbook and abandoned the frozen ship to the sea. It's said the Octavius disappeared shortly after, vanishing once again into legend. To this day, no wreckage has ever been found. Some dismiss the story as sailor's lore, a cautionary tale spun to warn against the dangers of Arctic exploration. But others believe it may be rooted in truth, a reminder of how unforgiving the sea can be and how it sometimes preserves its secrets in ice. From the eerie fate of the Octavius, we move to a very different kind of maritime graveyard. Not a single ghost ship, but an entire fleet resting beneath the surface, a time capsule of war frozen in the depths of the Pacific. This is the story of Truk Lagoon, a place where dozens of ships, planes, and lives were swallowed by the sea in a single day, creating one of the most haunting underwater cemeteries in the world. This is the story of Truk Lagoon, a place where history itself seems to rest uneasily on the seafloor, and where one of the most haunting underwater graveyards in the world tells a story not of a single ship, but of an entire ghost fleet swallowed by the sea. Truk Lagoon, known today as Chuk Lagoon, sits in the remote Central Pacific, part of the Federated States of Micronesia. On the surface, it's a tropical paradise, palm-fringed islands, turquoise waters, and coral reefs teeming with life. But beneath those postcard-perfect waves is a place unlike any other. Scattered across the lagoon's sandy floor are the remains of over 60 ships and hundreds of aircraft, all sunk during one of the most devastating air raids of World War II. This sunken fleet, often called the Ghost Fleet of Truk Lagoon, is more than just a shipwreck site. It's an underwater time capsule, frozen at the exact moment destruction rained down from above. The story begins in 1944, during a military operation known as Operation Hailstone. Truk Lagoon was a major Japanese naval base, a critical stronghold that served as both a supply hub and a staging ground for operations across the Pacific. The lagoon's natural geography made it ideal for defense. Its barrier reef acted like a natural fortress, protecting the ships anchored inside. But by early 1944, American intelligence had pinpointed Truk as a key target, and on February 17th, they struck. For 2 days, American planes bombarded the lagoon relentlessly. Warships, transports, tankers, and submarines were blasted apart by bombs and torpedoes. Planes were strafed on their runways, warehouses and supply depots were leveled, and fires raged across the islands as ammunition dumps exploded. By the time the raid ended, Truk Lagoon had become a mass grave for the Japanese fleet. Ships still smoldered as they slipped beneath the water, taking sailors, supplies, and secrets with them. In the years that followed, Truk Lagoon faded from the headlines. The war ended, and the wreckage was left untouched. But for divers, the site would become legendary, a rare place where history, tragedy, and mystery all converge. When the first expeditions arrived at Truk Lagoon in the 1960s, they found something almost impossible to believe. The ships, now covered in coral and sea life, were eerily intact. Cargo holds were still filled with tanks, trucks, aircraft parts, and even human bones. In some cases, divers found entire rooms untouched, medical supplies still on shelves, uniforms hanging from hooks, and personal items left behind in the rush to abandon ship. It was as if the moment of sinking had been frozen in time, preserved beneath the calm, clear water. Exploring the wrecks of Truk Lagoon isn't like diving on any ordinary shipwreck. These vessels weren't lost to storms or accidents. They were violently torn apart in a matter of hours. Some ships rest perfectly upright, as if they were still anchored and waiting for orders. Others lie at steep angles, their bows jutting upward toward the surface, while their sterns are buried in the sand. Many were so heavily loaded with munitions and fuel that they exploded as they sank, leaving jagged debris fields stretching across the seabed. The San Francisco Maru, one of the most famous wrecks in the lagoon, still holds a cargo of tanks, shells, and bombs, all visible to divers brave enough to descend into its dark interior. But it's not just the wreckage itself that makes Truk Lagoon so haunting. It's the sense of presence. Many divers report feeling as if they're being watched, even when no one else is nearby. Some have described hearing faint, metallic clanging, as if something deep within the wrecks was shifting or moving. Others have surfaced with stories of sudden equipment failures or strange currents that seem to appear out of nowhere. It's easy to dismiss these as nerves or coincidence, but when enough divers report the same eerie sensations, it starts to feel like something more. Adding to the mystique is the fact that many of the wrecks still contain human remains. For Japanese families, Truk Lagoon isn't just a dive site. It's a war grave, a place where thousands of sailors died and remain entombed. Divers have found skulls in engine rooms, bones scattered in cargo holds, and even entire skeletons still seated at workstations, as if their owners were frozen mid-task. This haunting combination of history and tragedy has made Truk Lagoon a destination unlike any other, a place where divers don't just explore, they pay their respects. Despite its beauty and historical significance, Truk Lagoon remains challenging to this day. Its remoteness means expeditions are expensive and logistically complicated, and the wrecks themselves are gradually collapsing under their own weight. Coral and sea life are breaking down once solid steel, and within a few generations, many of these ships will be little more than rust-streaked rubble. Efforts to document the fleet are ongoing, but time is running out. The mystery of Truk Lagoon doesn't come from how the ships were lost. We know the story of Operation Hailstone in vivid detail. Instead, the mystery comes from what the wrecks leave behind. Each ship tells a story not just of war, but of life interrupted. Every artifact, every faded letter or rusted tool is a window into the past, a reminder that these were once living vessels, manned by sailors who never expected to meet their end beneath the waves. Some believe Truk Lagoon still holds secrets waiting to be found, documents, weapons, or even hidden technology that sank with the fleet. Others simply view it as a sobering reminder of how quickly power can crumble and how even the mightiest armadas can be reduced to silence and coral. Either way, Truk Lagoon is more than a dive site. It's a testament to history's power to endure, to haunt, and to remind us that no matter how much time passes, some stories refuse to stay buried. From the silent wrecks scattered across Truk Lagoon, where history lies frozen beneath warm Pacific waters, we now shift to a far colder, more modern mystery, one that still sparks debate and suspicion to this day. This is the story of the USS Scorpion, a state-of-the-art nuclear submarine that vanished in the Atlantic Ocean during the height of the Cold War, leaving behind fragments of wreckage and a trail of questions that have never been fully answered. The USS Scorpion was a skipjack-class nuclear submarine commissioned by the United States Navy in 1960. At 252 feet long, capable of diving to extreme depths and armed with both nuclear torpedoes and cutting-edge surveillance equipment, she represented the peak of Cold War-era naval engineering. The Scorpion was designed to track Soviet submarines, monitor enemy movements, and, if necessary, deliver a devastating blow from beneath the surface. Crewed by 99 men, she patrolled the seas as part of America's growing underwater fleet, a symbol of stealth, power, and technological dominance. But by the late 1960s, the Scorpion was already showing signs of age. Compared to the newer submarines entering service, she was slightly outdated and had even missed her scheduled overhaul due to the Navy's pressing need for operational vessels. Still, in May 1968, the Scorpion was dispatched on a routine mission, departing from her home port in Norfolk, Virginia, to patrol the Atlantic and observe Soviet naval activity near the Azores. The mission was nothing unusual, and the crew, experienced and confident, expected to return home without incident. On May 21, 1968, the Scorpion transmitted a routine radio message to Naval Command. Everything was normal, no sign of trouble, no indication of mechanical problems, and certainly no warning that the submarine would vanish just hours later. When the Scorpion failed to check in on schedule, a search operation was launched. Days passed, then weeks, with no sign of the vessel. Hopes for the crew faded as the reality of the situation set in. The Scorpion was lost, and her entire crew was presumed dead. It wasn't until October 1968, nearly 5 months after her disappearance, that the wreck of the Scorpion was finally located, more than 10,000 feet below the surface of the Atlantic. The submarine had been torn apart, its hull crumpled and broken into several large sections spread across the seafloor. The official cause of the disaster, according to the Navy's official inquiry, was a catastrophic internal explosion, most likely a torpedo malfunction that triggered a chain reaction, sinking the vessel within minutes. The theory suggested that one of the Scorpion's own torpedoes activated inside the tube, possibly due to a faulty battery or accidental firing sequence, detonating inside the submarine and causing rapid flooding. But not everyone believed the official story. Almost immediately after the Scorpion was found, rumors and alternative theories began to circulate. Some pointed to the timing of her disappearance, May 1968, just days after a Soviet submarine, K-129, was lost in the Pacific under mysterious circumstances. Could the Scorpion have been deliberately targeted in retaliation for some covert U.S. action? Was there an undersea clash between American and Soviet submarines that both sides quietly covered up to avoid escalating Cold War tensions? Documents declassified decades later revealed that the Scorpion had been tasked with observing a group of Soviet vessels near the Azores just before her disappearance, adding fuel to the theory that she may have been ambushed. Others focused on the mechanical issues the Scorpion was known to have. Maintenance records showed she had suffered from persistent leaks, problems with her propeller shaft, and an unreliable emergency blow system. Her skipped overhaul, critics argued, left her vulnerable to catastrophic failure. Some believed the Scorpion suffered a mechanical breakdown, possibly involving her reactor or propulsion system, which led to flooding and an uncontrollable descent to crushing depths. This theory, while less dramatic than a Cold War conspiracy, is seen by many experts as the most plausible. But the Scorpion's wreckage itself raised unsettling questions. When images of the wreck were analyzed, some experts noted that the damage didn't entirely match the Navy's official torpedo malfunction theory. The position of the wreckage, the deformation of the hull, and the way certain sections had broken apart suggested a more complex sequence of events. Perhaps a catastrophic failure, followed by an uncontrolled dive that exceeded the submarine's crush depth. Others saw signs that could be consistent with an external explosion, an unlikely but not impossible scenario if the Scorpion had encountered an enemy vessel or an undetected undersea mine. Adding to the mystery, the Scorpion's crew had reportedly expressed concerns about their vessel before departing Norfolk. Some sailors had even privately admitted they were uneasy about her condition, worried that her age and maintenance issues made her a dangerous ship to sail. One crewman allegedly left a letter for his family, expressing his fears that the Scorpion might not make it home. To this day, the Scorpion's fate remains a haunting puzzle. The official explanation, a tragic mechanical failure, has never fully satisfied everyone. The Cold War backdrop, the vessel's ominous final patrol, and the disturbing condition of the wreck all leave room for doubt, speculation, and suspicion. Conspiracy theorists continue to believe that the Scorpion was a victim of Cold War hostilities, sunk in a shadow war beneath the waves that neither side wanted to acknowledge. Others see her as a tragic victim of human error, a case study in the dangers of pushing aging technology too far. But one thing is certain. The Scorpion story is a chilling reminder of how little we know about what happens beneath the ocean's surface. Whether she fell victim to her own weapons, enemy action, or the unforgiving nature of the deep sea itself, her broken remains rest in silence, a monument to 99 sailors who disappeared into the abyss, and a mystery that may never be fully solved. From the chilling fate of the USS Scorpion, a modern tragedy steeped in Cold War tension and mysterious failures, we turn back the clock to a different kind of disappearance. A story from an era when communication was scarce, the Atlantic was vast and unforgiving, and when a ship could simply vanish into the mist, leaving only speculation in its wake. This is the story of the SS Naronic, a vessel that set sail with promise and potential, but instead sailed straight into the pages of maritime mystery. The SS Naronic was a British steamship built in 1892 by the renowned shipbuilders Harland and Wolff, the same company that would later construct the Titanic. Measuring 470 feet long and built to carry cargo and passengers across the Atlantic, the Naronic was considered one of the most modern and well-equipped vessels of her time. She was built with the kind of confidence that defined the late 19th century: ironclad hulls, steam-driven power, and the promise of safer, faster travel across the Atlantic. On February 11th, 1893, Naronic departed Liverpool, bound for New York City. On board were 74 crew members and a hold full of valuable cargo, including cattle. It was meant to be a routine crossing, one the ship was more than capable of handling. The weather at departure was fair, and there was nothing to suggest the ship or her crew were in any danger. But Naronic would never arrive in New York. She disappeared without a trace somewhere in the frigid expanse of the North Atlantic. When the ship failed to arrive on schedule, initial reactions were calm. Delays at sea weren't unusual in the 1890s. Storms, mechanical trouble, even unexpected stops to assist other ships, all were possibilities. But days stretched into weeks, and the Naronic's absence became impossible to ignore. Soon, search efforts were launched, but the North Atlantic was vast, and the window to locate a drifting vessel in distress was rapidly closing. The first clue came not from the ship itself, but from the sea. In March 1893, a lifeboat marked with the Naronic's name was discovered floating off the coast of Newfoundland. It was empty, weather-beaten, but intact, a silent witness to whatever disaster had unfolded. Shortly after, a second lifeboat was found, also empty, also marked with the ship's name. It was clear that the crew had abandoned ship, but the reason why and what ultimately became of them remained a mystery. Then came the messages. In the weeks following Naronic's disappearance, bottles washed ashore containing handwritten notes. One, allegedly signed by a crew member named John Olson, claimed the ship had struck an iceberg and was sinking rapidly. Another note, unsigned, described the ship floundering in a storm. These notes, while tantalizing, were never verified, and many suspected they were hoaxes, part of the morbid fascination that accompanied maritime disasters in the Victorian era. The theory that Naronic struck an iceberg remains one of the most plausible explanations. February in the North Atlantic meant the ship was sailing through iceberg-laden waters, and even a glancing collision could have spelled disaster. The Naronic, though modern for its time, lacked the sophisticated iceberg detection technology that ships today take for granted. A sudden impact at night could have left the crew with little time to respond. Another theory points to a catastrophic mechanical failure. Steamships were still relatively new technology in the 1890s, and boiler explosions, engine malfunctions, or even hull breaches due to improper loading were all possible threats. If such an event occurred far from shore, with no other ships nearby to assist, it's easy to see how the crew might have been forced to abandon ship in haste. Weather could also have played a role. The North Atlantic is notorious for its sudden storms, and rogue waves, massive, unpredictable walls of water, are a known hazard in those waters. If Naronic was caught in such a storm, it's possible the ship was overwhelmed, her lifeboats launched in desperation. The discovery of the empty lifeboats lends some credence to this idea, suggesting the crew did evacuate, but were lost to exposure and the unforgiving sea. What makes the Naronic story especially haunting is its complete erasure. Despite the lifeboats and the dubious bottled messages, no confirmed trace of the ship herself was ever found. No wreckage, no floating debris field, no bodies. It was as if the Naronic had been swallowed whole by the Atlantic, leaving behind only echoes of its final moments. In the years since, the mystery of Naronic has become a lesser-known yet deeply unsettling maritime ghost story. Compared to high-profile disasters like the Titanic or the Lusitania, Naronic faded into relative obscurity, remembered mostly by maritime historians and researchers fascinated by unsolved disappearances. But the story remains, a reminder that even the most modern ships, with the best technology available at the time, are no match for the raw, unpredictable power of the ocean. What happened to the Naronic? Did she strike ice in the dead of night, her crew scrambling into lifeboats in freezing conditions only to succumb to exposure? Did a rogue wave rise from the depths, smashing the ship apart in an instant? Or did some mechanical failure, a ruptured boiler, a crack in the hull, doom the ship from within, leaving the crew to fight a losing battle against rising water, Over a century later, these questions remain unanswered. No wreckage has ever been conclusively identified as Neronic, and her exact resting place is unknown. All that's left is her name, carried forward in lists of lost ships, a cautionary tale for every vessel that ventures into the North Atlantic. From the unsolved fate of the SS Neronic, a ship that disappeared without warning or explanation, we now head east to the Pacific, where another vessel, the MV Raifuku Maru, became the center of one of the ocean's strangest maritime mysteries. This Japanese freighter's story is a haunting mix of tragedy, unexplained events, and eerie final messages. A ghost ship tale wrapped in the dangers of the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The MV Raifuku Maru was a Japanese cargo ship launched in the early 1920s, operating during a time when maritime trade was expanding across the Pacific and Atlantic. Built to haul grain, the freighter was strong, sturdy, and capable of enduring the rough conditions of the open ocean. In April 1925, the Raifuku Maru set sail from Boston, bound for Hamburg, Germany, with a full cargo of wheat. Her journey would take her straight through a stretch of the Atlantic already known for dangerous weather and strange occurrences, what would later be infamous as the Bermuda Triangle. At first, nothing seemed unusual about the voyage. The ship and her crew were experienced, the cargo was secure, and weather reports were mostly favorable. But somewhere in the open water, something went terribly wrong. On April 21, 1925, a frantic distress call came from the Raifuku Maru. The radio operator broadcast a chilling message.
"Danger like a dagger now. Come quick."
That was all. The communication abruptly cut off, and no further messages followed. Nearby vessels, including the steamship SS Homeric, immediately altered course and sped toward the Raifuku Maru's last known position. When they arrived, the ship was gone. No wreckage, no lifeboats, no survivors, just empty ocean. What made the Raifuku Maru's disappearance so unsettling was the tone of the distress call. It wasn't just a routine SOS. It was panicked and strangely poetic, as if the crew was seeing something beyond the ordinary threats of storms or mechanical failure. Danger like a dagger now wasn't the kind of message seasoned sailors typically sent. It hinted at something more sudden, more terrifying, and perhaps more inexplicable. This unusual language helped fuel speculation that the Raifuku Maru had fallen victim to something out of the ordinary, whether a rogue wave, an underwater explosion, or something less easily explained. One theory suggests that the ship may have encountered what's known as a rogue wave, a towering wall of water that appears without warning and can easily sink even the sturdiest vessels. These freak waves, long considered maritime legend, have since been scientifically confirmed. In the 1920s, however, the idea that a single wave could swallow an entire freighter would have sounded impossible. If the Raifuku Maru had been struck by such a wave, it could explain the sudden distress call and the lack of any debris. Others have linked the Raifuku Maru to the growing legend of the Bermuda Triangle. Though the ship technically vanished just north of the triangle's commonly accepted boundaries, the incident fit neatly into the pattern. Sudden disappearance, eerie radio transmissions, and no trace left behind. For believers in the triangle's paranormal reputation, the Raifuku Maru became another piece of evidence pointing to a zone where ships and planes seemed to vanish under impossible circumstances. Weather may have played a role as well. While the forecast at the start of the Raifuku Maru's journey was calm, the North Atlantic can change in an instant. It's possible the ship sailed into a sudden storm or squall, capsizing before they had time to launch lifeboats or send more than a single distress message. With no survivors to recount the details, everything after that panicked call is pure speculation. Some have even suggested mechanical failure, perhaps a cargo shift or an explosion in the hold, but these theories don't fully explain the haunting language of the radio call. Ships in distress tend to be direct. Fire, flooding, engine trouble. Danger like a dagger now felt more like a cry of existential terror, as if the crew was witnessing something they couldn't describe in practical terms. The mystery deepened further because the Raifuku Maru was not some ancient, creaking hulk. She was modern for her time, relatively new, and equipped with a radio. cutting-edge technology in 1925. Her captain, Isuke Tachibana, was experienced, and her crew had made similar journeys before. There was nothing about the Raifuku Maru's voyage that suggested it would be anything other than routine, and yet, something out there swallowed her whole. Even decades later, the Raifuku Maru remains a staple of maritime mystery lore, frequently cited in lists of eerie disappearances and ghost ship tales. She's one of those stories that doesn't offer enough facts to solve the case but provides just enough to keep people wondering. That final message, urgent, cryptic, almost poetic, has ensured her place in the canon of oceanic mysteries. What did the crew see? What force struck with such speed and violence that not even a scrap of wreckage remained? And how did an ordinary cargo run become one of the strangest missing ship cases ever recorded? The Raifuku Maru, much like the SS Naronic, reminds us that the ocean doesn't give up all of its secrets. Ships can vanish, leaving only haunting clues and unanswered questions. But where the Naronic's silence leaves room for speculation, the Raifuku Maru's final message is like a ghostly whisper from the deep, a reminder that some mysteries don't just disappear, they echo. From the haunting disappearance of the MV Raifuku Maru, we move to a mystery that blends maritime tragedy with one of the oldest ghost ship legends in American history. This time, the story takes us to the cold waters off the coast of Rhode Island, where the tale of the Palatine Light has endured for over 250 years. What starts as a grim story of human suffering aboard a doomed vessel somehow evolves into a legend of a ghostly apparition that still haunts the sea today, a glowing phantom ship that locals swear still appears on stormy nights. The story begins in 1738, when a ship known as the Princess Augusta, though now often referred to as the Palatine, set sail from Rotterdam, carrying more than 150 passengers bound for the American colonies. Most were German immigrants fleeing war, poverty, and persecution in search of a better life. It was a journey of hope, but from the start, misfortune clung to the ship like a curse. Accounts differ on exactly what went wrong, but the Palatine quickly developed a reputation for being unlucky. Severe storms battered the vessel as it crossed the Atlantic. Provisions ran dangerously low, and according to some versions of the tale, the captain and crew turned on the passengers, extorting money, withholding food, and even resorting to violence. By the time the ship reached the waters off Block Island, just south of mainland Rhode Island, it was already barely afloat. What happened next is where history fades into legend. Some accounts say the ship ran aground on the rocky shores of Block Island during a brutal winter storm. Others claim that Block Island residents, known for their habit of scavenging shipwrecks, lured the Palatine onto the rocks by setting misleading fires on shore, an old practice known as false lights. The ship was smashed to pieces, and many of the passengers drowned in the freezing water. Those who made it to land fared no better, reportedly dying from exposure, starvation, or at the hands of the wreckers. There are even stories of locals murdering survivors for their valuables. The Palatine, it seemed, had reached the end of its cursed journey. But the Palatine Light story was only beginning. In the years that followed the disaster, residents and sailors began reporting a strange sight off the coast, an eerie, flickering light floating above the waves. Some described it as a ghostly ship, fully aflame, drifting silently just beyond the breakers. Others saw only a glowing orb, weaving back and forth across the horizon. The appearances were unpredictable, but they always seemed to happen during storms or on cold winter nights, conditions similar to those that sealed the fate of the Palatine. The legend grew until the ghost light became as famous as the shipwreck itself. By the 19th century, it was firmly embedded in New England folklore, and to this day, the Palatine Light remains one of America's most enduring maritime ghost stories. Skeptics, of course, have tried to explain the phenomenon. Some believe the light is simply a form of St. Elmo's fire, an atmospheric electrical discharge that can appear around ships' masts or above the water's surface during storms. Others suggest it could be bioluminescent marine life disturbed by turbulent water, or even reflections from distant lighthouses. But none of these explanations fully account for the consistency of the sightings, or the fact that so many witnesses describe a spectral ship engulfed in flames. The Palatine Light also holds a deeper resonance because it blends so many themes: human desperation, betrayal, natural disaster, and the lingering imprint of tragedy. Whether or not the Palatine was intentionally wrecked or simply met a natural end, the idea that the suffering of those passengers could leave behind some kind of ghostly echo is a powerful one. Even today, locals claim that the light occasionally appears, a ghostly reminder of greed, cruelty, and the unforgiving nature of the sea. Unlike some ghost ship stories rooted purely in folklore, the Palatine disaster has historical documentation behind it. Records confirm the Princess Augusta's ill-fated voyage, though the details vary depending on the source. Some 18th century accounts describe the wreck in graphic terms, noting that the ship was cast away on Block Island and that many passengers died. Other versions, especially those passed down orally on Block Island itself, lean more heavily into the legend, the stories of murderous wreckers and vengeful spirits. Over time, the lines between fact and fiction blurred, as they often do with maritime tales. In recent years, historians have revisited the Palatine legend, attempting to separate the verifiable facts from the folklore. Most agree that a ship did indeed wreck off Block Island in 1738, and that some of its passengers likely suffered terrible fates. But the truth behind the Palatine Light, whether it's atmospheric phenomena, a case of mass hallucination, or something truly paranormal, remains elusive. Even if the light itself is a natural occurrence, the power of the story comes from what it represents. A haunting reminder of the dangers faced by those who risked everything to cross the Atlantic in search of a better life. Ultimately, the Palatine Light occupies that strange, captivating space between history and myth. It's a story born from real suffering, amplified by the imagination of those who lived near the sea, and kept alive by the countless eyes that have seen something flickering out there in the darkness. Whether it's a ghost ship, a trick of the weather, or something else entirely, the Palatine Light ensures that the Palatine, or at least the legend of it, will never truly be lost. From tragedy to ghost story, its transformation is complete, leaving behind not just a mystery, but a warning that some ships are doomed to sail forever, even if only in the stories we tell. From the eerie glow of the Palatine Light, a haunting that blurs the line between ghost story and historical tragedy, we now turn to a much lesser-known but equally perplexing mystery. This time, the story takes us into the dark waters of World War II, a time when countless ships vanished beneath the waves, some destroyed in battle, others simply slipping into history without a trace. One of those ships was the Dutch cargo vessel SS Bintang, a vessel whose disappearance left behind only fragments of rumor, theory, and confusion. The SS Bintang was a Dutch steamship built in the early 20th century, primarily used for transporting cargo across the Pacific and Indian Oceans. By the time World War II erupted, the Bintang had already seen decades of service, operating quietly along trade routes that stretched from Southeast Asia to Europe. But wartime changed everything, turning the shipping lanes into deadly corridors, stalked by submarines, surface raiders, and rogue waves caused by underwater explosions. In early 1941, the Bintang was loaded with a mixed cargo, some say rubber and tin bound for Allied ports. Others claim the manifest may have included more sensitive wartime materials. She set sail from what was then the Dutch East Indies, but her final destination would forever remain a question mark. What makes the Bintang's disappearance so unsettling is the lack of any definitive distress signal or confirmed enemy contact. In an era where ships vanished almost daily due to torpedoes, mines, or sudden storms, the Bintang simply ceased to exist. No wreckage, no lifeboats, no survivors ever came forward. The only clues were fragmented radio transmissions picked up by nearby vessels, short panicked bursts of static, and garbled words that hinted at some kind of emergency on board. But even those transmissions were inconsistent, leaving experts unsure whether the Bintang had encountered a submarine, struck a mine, or suffered a catastrophic internal failure. As weeks stretched into months with no sign of the ship, theories multiplied. Some believed the Bintang had been sunk by a Japanese submarine operating far outside its known patrol zones. Others speculated about a sudden explosion on board, possibly from improperly stored cargo or sabotage by enemy agents posing as crew. There were even darker whispers, fueled by wartime paranoia, that suggested the Bintang had been deliberately erased from the records after carrying a secret cargo too dangerous to ever reach port. This theory, though dramatic, was not entirely outlandish. During World War II, both Allied and Axis powers occasionally took extreme measures to ensure sensitive technology or classified cargo never fell into enemy hands. One of the few concrete pieces of evidence linked to the Bintang came several years after her disappearance, when wreckage matching her profile was reportedly spotted floating far off course near the coast of Australia. A piece of hull plating bearing faded Dutch markings was retrieved by a passing naval vessel, but no official confirmation ever tied it directly to the missing ship. This single fragment, drifting alone in the vastness of the Pacific, only deepened the mystery. For divers and wreck hunters today, the Bintang remains one of the ghost ships of World War II, a vessel lost not just to the sea, but to history itself. Despite advances in sonar mapping and deep-sea exploration, no definitive trace of her final resting place has ever been found. Some believe her remains lie scattered across the seabed, broken apart by decades of storms and currents. Others wonder if the Bintang sank so deep that her wreckage sits beyond the reach of current technology, preserved in the silence of a trench, where only machines can go. Adding to the intrigue are accounts from wartime sailors who served in the same region. Some spoke of strange radio signals echoing across the Pacific, unclaimed transmissions that seemed to originate from nowhere, with static-laden voices speaking in Dutch, English, and sometimes languages no one could identify. Whether these were distress calls from the Bintang herself or eerie coincidences created by atmospheric interference, no one can say for sure. To this day, the Bintang stands as a haunting example of how easily a ship and everyone aboard can simply vanish into the vastness of the sea. She was not a famous liner or a celebrated warship, but her story is no less chilling for its obscurity, a reminder that for all our advances in technology and communication, the ocean still holds the power to swallow its secrets whole. From war and weather to sabotage and miscommunication, the fate of the Bintang could have been shaped by any number of factors. And yet the fact that no conclusive answer has ever emerged keeps her legend alive among maritime historians, divers, and those fascinated by the stories the sea refuses to give up. From the strange glowing legend of the Palatine Light to the mystery of the SS Bintang, we've seen how stories of the sea drift between the factual and the supernatural. But now, we turn to a ship whose story is far more recent and whose fate is still discussed in maritime circles today. This is the mystery of the MV Blythe Star, a vessel that left port one morning in 1973 and by nightfall had triggered one of the most confounding disappearances in modern Australian maritime history. The MV Blythe Star was a small coastal freighter, built in 1955 and designed to transport cargo between the ports of Tasmania and mainland Australia. She wasn't a grand ocean liner or a historic warship, but a workhorse of the sea, reliable, practical, and largely unremarkable. She carried goods like fertilizers, produce, and livestock feed, and was a familiar sight along the Bass Strait shipping lanes. On October 13, 1973, the Blythe Star departed from Hobart, Tasmania, bound for King Island with a crew of 10 on board. The weather was calm, the journey routine, and there was no indication that this trip would be any different than the dozens before it. But somewhere along Tasmania's rugged western coast, something went wrong. The Blythe Star began taking on water rapidly, despite there being no distress call and no prior mechanical issues reported. To this day, it's unclear exactly why the ship began sinking so suddenly, but the crew had no time to figure it out. They abandoned ship in haste, cramming into a small, inflatable life raft as the Blythe Star slipped beneath the waves. The ship's disappearance was so fast and silent that no distress signal was ever sent. At first, it seemed like a story of quick action and a narrow escape. But for the crew, their ordeal had only just begun. The life raft was carried out to sea, and without a working radio or emergency beacon, the men drifted helplessly for days. The search for the Blythe Star and her crew didn't begin immediately, because no one realized they were missing, until the ship failed to arrive at King Island. By the time authorities launched a search effort, the life raft had already been pushed far from its last known position by currents and winds. What followed was one of the most harrowing survival stories in Australian maritime history. For over a week, the crew floated adrift in the unforgiving Southern Ocean, exposed to the elements with only basic supplies and limited drinking water. Their food ration was nothing more than some biscuits and a can of beef. Hypothermia, dehydration, and exhaustion began to take their toll, and tragically, 3 of the men died before the raft finally made landfall on Tasmania's remote Forestier Peninsula. For the survivors, the ordeal wasn't over. Weak and disoriented, they had to trek through dense, rugged bushland to find help. Eventually, they stumbled upon a remote farmhouse, where they were finally able to raise the alarm and tell the world what had happened to the Blythe Star. The story made headlines across Australia, not only because of the incredible survival of the crew, but because of the sheer mystery surrounding the ship's disappearance in the first place. To this day, no definitive explanation has been found for why the Blythe Star sank so quickly. The wreck was not discovered until 2023, almost exactly 50 years after her disappearance. When search teams finally located her, lying 150 meters deep off Tasmania's coast, they found a ship still largely intact, with no clear evidence of a catastrophic collision, explosion, or major structural failure. This has left maritime investigators puzzled. What caused her to take on water so rapidly that the crew had no choice but to abandon her? One theory points to a sudden and severe hull breach caused by shifting cargo. The Blythe Star was known to carry heavy loads, and if improperly secured, that cargo could have shifted suddenly, breaching the hull or destabilizing the vessel enough to cause her to flood quickly. Others speculate that a previously unnoticed crack in the aging hull, combined with rough sea conditions, may have led to a catastrophic failure below the waterline. The lack of distress call or radio communication only adds to the confusion. Had the flooding knocked out the ship's electrical systems before the crew even had time to react? The discovery of the wreck in 2023 provided some answers, but raised just as many new questions. The Blythe Star rests upright on the seafloor, remarkably well preserved for a vessel that spent half a century underwater. This has fueled speculation that whatever caused her to sink was sudden, internal, and possibly related to her cargo shifting, rather than a collision or external damage. Still, without clear evidence, the Blythe Star remains a modern maritime enigma. What makes this story all the more eerie is the silence that surrounded the event. No SOS, no radio call, no trace of the ship until her ghostly hulk was finally found resting on the seafloor after 5 decades. It's a reminder that even in relatively modern times, ships can still vanish beneath the waves almost as silently as they did in the age of sail. The story of the Blythe Star stands as both a testament to human survival and a chilling reminder of how quickly the sea can claim its own. From the MV Blythe Star, a vessel lost to the sea only to reveal a shocking tale of survival, we now sail back in time to the haunting case of HMS Wasp, a ship whose disappearance blends maritime misfortune with whispers of something far more unsettling. This is not just the story of a wreck. It's a story wrapped in folklore, suspicion, and the unforgiving waters off the coast of Ireland. The HMS Wasp was a Royal Navy gunboat launched in 1880. She wasn't a particularly remarkable vessel in terms of size or design, measuring around 155 feet long and equipped with modest armament. Her primary duty wasn't warfare, but something a bit more administrative. The Wasp was part of Britain's fleet responsible for assisting in the enforcement of laws along Ireland's coast, including the transport of officials tasked with evicting tenant farmers during a period of severe economic hardship and social unrest. It was a grim job at the height of Ireland's land war, and the Wasp, like many other ships tasked with such duties, was not particularly well liked in the coastal communities she patrolled. On September 21st, 1884, the HMS Wasp set sail from Westport, County Mayo, bound for the remote island of Tory off the coast of Donegal. Her mission was to deliver a group of bailiffs who were tasked with carrying out evictions on Tory Island, evictions that were deeply unpopular and seen by many as cruel and unjust. The route was familiar, and the weather, though not perfect, was nothing out of the ordinary. But the Wasp would never complete her journey. In the early hours of the morning, the HMS Wasp struck the rocks near Tory Island and sank almost immediately. The impact was so sudden that only 6 of the ship's crew of 58 managed to survive, clinging to wreckage until they were rescued by islanders. The rest of the crew, including her captain, went down with the ship. The wreck of the Wasp itself lay shattered just beneath the surface, its remains slowly swallowed by the sea. On paper, it sounded like a tragic but straightforward maritime disaster. Perhaps the ship drifted off course in the night, or her crew misjudged their approach to the island. But almost immediately, rumors began to circulate. Rumors that the sinking of the Wasp was no accident. Tory Island was, and still is, a place steeped in folklore, a windswept outpost where ancient traditions hold strong and the supernatural is never far from everyday life. Among the stories whispered in the wake of the Wasp's sinking was the belief that the ship had been cursed. According to some accounts, local residents, furious at the evictions and the British presence, had placed a curse on the ship, calling upon the spirits of the sea to intervene. Others claimed that the Wasp had been deliberately lured onto the rocks, either by lights intentionally set on shore to confuse the crew, or by some spectral force tied to the island's ancient past. These stories were compounded by the fact that, according to surviving crew members, the ship's compass had inexplicably failed just before the collision, leaving them navigating blindly through the night. Compasses going haywire wasn't unheard of at sea, but the timing struck many as suspicious. And for those inclined to believe in curses, it was proof that the Wasp had been doomed before she even left port. More practically minded investigators pointed to the possibility of simple human error. The stretch of water near Tory Island was notoriously dangerous, filled with submerged rocks and shifting currents. A moment's inattention at the helm, a misreading of the charts, or even a simple mechanical failure could have led the ship directly into danger. It's entirely plausible that the Wasp's loss was the result of a tragic combination of bad luck, poor visibility, and navigational challenges. But those who knew the waters around Tory Island insisted there was more to it. Stories emerged of ghostly lights seen along the shoreline on the night the Wasp went down, lights that some claimed were meant to lure the ship to her doom. Others spoke of a spectral ship seen sailing alongside the Wasp shortly before the wreck, a phantom vessel that appeared from nowhere and vanished just as quickly. Whether these tales were the product of superstition, grief, or genuine paranormal encounters is impossible to say. What is certain is that the HMS Wasp joined the long list of ships lost to the treacherous waters around Ireland's coast, a place where history and folklore blur into one. Today, the story of the Wasp lives on, not just in official records, but in the oral histories passed down among the islanders, a cautionary tale of arrogance, fate, and the unforgiving power of the sea. The wreck itself has long since been claimed by the ocean, its remains scattered and corroded by time and tide. Divers who have explored the site say there's little left to see, just the broken bones of a once proud ship resting on the seabed. The story of the HMS Wasp, a ship swallowed by the sea near Ireland in 1884, leads us into another tragic and mysterious maritime tale, this time from the Adriatic. It's the story of the Baron Gautsch, a ship that wasn't lost in the distant age of exploration or swallowed by the Bermuda Triangle, but one whose disappearance was as sudden as it was haunting. The Baron Gautsch, a luxurious Austro-Hungarian passenger steamer, became one of the Adriatic's most tragic maritime disasters, a shipwreck with echoes of the Titanic, but with even fewer answers left behind. Launched in 1908, the Baron Gautsch was built for the Austrian Lloyd Shipping Company, one of the most prestigious maritime lines of the era. She was designed for comfort and elegance, ferrying passengers between the bustling ports of the Adriatic, Trieste, Kotor, and beyond. Her interiors reflected the opulence of the Edwardian period, with finely appointed lounges, polished wood panels, and accommodations designed to appeal to wealthy travelers and government officials. She was seen as a symbol of Austro-Hungarian prestige, a ship that would show the empire's modernity and technological prowess. On August 13, 1914, just weeks after the outbreak of World War I, the Baron Gautsch was on a routine voyage from Kotor to Trieste. The Adriatic, despite the mounting tensions, was still a well-trafficked sea, but it was also becoming a far more dangerous one. The Austro-Hungarian Navy had begun laying defensive minefields to protect against enemy ships. This was wartime, and even passenger vessels were expected to exercise caution. But the Baron Gautsch, sailing in clear weather, seemed to drift off her prescribed route, straight into one of the Empire's own minefields. Without warning, a massive explosion tore through the hull of the ship. Survivors later described hearing a thunderous crack, followed by a blast of heat and water. The explosion ruptured the lower decks, flooding cabins and sending panic through the passengers and crew. Chaos erupted as lifeboats were hurriedly lowered, and passengers scrambled to escape the rapidly sinking vessel. The Baron Gautsch reportedly sank in less than 10 minutes. Many of those on board never had a chance to reach the deck. Exact casualty numbers vary, but most estimates put the death toll at around 150 out of approximately 330 passengers and crew. What made the disaster even more haunting was the eerie silence that followed. The ship went down so quickly, and rescue efforts were so disorganized that no detailed records of her final moments survived. In the aftermath, blame was scattered across the crew, the Navy, and the shipping company. Some claimed the captain ignored warnings about the minefield. Others said the Navy failed to properly mark or monitor the dangerous waters. But with the war accelerating, the incident quickly faded into the background. The Adriatic had bigger threats to face, and the story of the Baron Gautsch became just another wartime tragedy, until divers found her. Decades after her sinking, the wreck of the Baron Gautsch was located near the Croatian coast. Despite her violent end, much of her structure was remarkably intact. Divers described an eerie, almost ghostly scene. Personal belongings still scattered inside cabins, remnants of fine furnishings coated in silt, and the yawning hole in her side where the mine had struck. The ship, sitting in roughly 130 feet of water, became a popular site for experienced wreck divers. But what they found inside only deepened the mystery. For a ship that sank so fast, much of the interior seemed oddly undisturbed. Tables, chairs, and railings were still in place, as if the ship had settled gently on the seabed instead of plummeting in terror. Some divers reported seeing human remains preserved in the cold, still water. Others described an eerie sensation, a sense of being watched, or of the ship itself not wanting to be disturbed. Theories about the disaster have swirled ever since. Was it simple navigational error, or did the captain deliberately ignore warnings to save time? Some have even speculated about sabotage, perhaps from rival shipping companies, or even enemy agents attempting to disrupt Austro-Hungarian operations. But no solid evidence has ever emerged to support these ideas. What is clear is that the Baron Gautsch became both a graveyard and a time capsule, preserving a moment of panic and loss beneath the sea. To this day, the wreck remains one of the Adriatic's most infamous sights, a symbol of how quickly luxury and safety can vanish beneath the waves. Modern divers still visit her, though the wreck's condition continues to deteriorate, her once elegant interiors now collapsing under the weight of time and water. But her story endures, a haunting reminder of a world on the brink of war and a ship that never had a chance to complete her journey. What makes the Baron Gautsch especially eerie is how her story intersects with the war itself. A passenger ship destroyed by her own navy's defenses, a cruel twist of fate that highlights the chaos and confusion of wartime seas. In a way, the ship became a metaphor for the empire she served, grand, ambitious, but ultimately doomed by forces it couldn't control. And like many of the ships we've explored in this series, her final resting place remains a place of both fascination and fear, a reminder that even the most modern vessels are just one mistake away from becoming permanent residents of the deep. From the tragedy of the Baron Gautsch, a ship whose final moments were all too real, we step into a legend that exists somewhere between history and myth. A story so enduring, it has become part of maritime folklore itself. But beneath the ghostly tale of the Flying Dutchman, there are fragments of fact, reports from real sailors who swore they saw an impossible ship drifting through storms, glowing in the mist. Whether a warning, a curse, or something else entirely, the story of the Flying Dutchman continues to haunt the seas. The legend of the Flying Dutchman first surfaced in the 17th century, a time when the world's oceans were alive with trade ships, naval vessels, and explorers pushing further into uncharted waters. The story tells of a Dutch ship captained by a man named Hendrik van der Decken. According to the tale, the Flying Dutchman left port in the Netherlands bound for the East Indies, but as the ship rounded the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa, it encountered a violent storm. Despite the pleas of his crew, van der Decken refused to turn back. Instead, he cursed the sky, swearing that his ship would complete its journey, even if it took until the end of time. That oath became his doom. The Flying Dutchman, so the story goes, was condemned to sail the oceans forever, unable to make port, appearing as a ghostly specter to those who crossed its path. Sailors feared the sight of the ship, believing it to be a harbinger of doom, a warning that their own vessel would soon meet disaster. While this sounds like pure legend, there are actual historical sightings that have kept the story alive. One of the most famous came in 1881, when the future King George V of England, then a midshipman aboard the HMS Bacchante, reported seeing the Flying Dutchman while sailing off the coast of Australia. His official log recorded a phantom ship all aglow, which vanished when the Bacchante approached. That same night, the lookout who had first spotted the ghostly vessel fell to his death, adding to the ship's reputation as a cursed omen. Even more unsettling, reports of spectral ships around the Cape of Good Hope date back far before George V's sighting. Some accounts describe a ship sailing straight into the wind with sails fully unfurled, defying the laws of nature. Others claim to have seen the ship glowing with an unnatural light, illuminating the dark waves around it. These sightings often came before a shipwreck or tragedy, further cementing the Flying Dutchman as a warning from the sea itself. Though no physical evidence of the Flying Dutchman exists, historians and researchers have tried to piece together its origins. Some believe the story could be linked to a real ship lost near the Cape of Good Hope, perhaps during one of the brutal storms that batter the region. Cape of Good Hope was, and still is, a treacherous stretch of water, known for sudden, ferocious storms and towering rogue waves. Ships caught in these conditions often disappeared without a trace, and it's easy to imagine sailors filling that silence with stories of a cursed ship, forever caught between life and death. Others believe the Flying Dutchman may have been a reflection or mirage, a phenomenon known as Fata Morgana, where light bends over the horizon, creating the illusion of a ship sailing in the sky or glowing unnaturally. In the age before radar and satellite weather forecasts, sailors relied on what they could see, and when the sea showed them something they couldn't explain, folklore was born. Still, the Flying Dutchman is not a legend confined to the past. As recently as the 20th century, ships reported seeing strange glowing vessels in storms near the Cape. Even with modern technology, the sea is still a place where rational explanations falter, and where stories, once whispered between sailors, refuse to die. In many ways, the Flying Dutchman embodies the very spirit of maritime mystery, a tale born from fear, amplified by the unknown, and carried forward by those who dared to sail into dangerous waters. Whether Vanderdecken was a real captain or his ship a fabrication of terrified minds, the legend of the Flying Dutchman lives on, a reminder that the sea keeps its secrets well, and some ships, it seems, never stop sailing. From the legend of the Flying Dutchman, a ghostly ship cursed to sail the seas for eternity, we move to a tragedy that's far less mythical, but no less haunting. This is the story of HMS Eurydice, a ship whose fate became one of the most infamous peacetime naval disasters in British history, and whose spectral presence has been reported ever since. HMS Eurydice was a 26-gun Royal Navy frigate built in 1843. Originally launched as a powerful warship, her role evolved over the years, and by the late 1870s, she was repurposed as a training vessel, tasked with preparing young sailors for the challenges of life at sea. The Eurydice was considered a reliable ship, a throwback to a time when wooden sailing frigates ruled the waves, and seamanship meant reading the skies and trusting the wind. But her fate would turn her from a training ground into a cautionary tale. On March 6, 1878, HMS Eurydice set sail from Bermuda, bound for Portsmouth, England. On board were nearly 400 crew members and trainees, most of them young men eager to complete their training and return home. The voyage across the Atlantic was largely uneventful, and by March 24th, the Eurydice was approaching the Isle of Wight, just off England's southern coast. It should have been the final stretch of a successful journey, with the familiar shoreline in sight. But nature had other plans. As the ship passed the island, a sudden and ferocious snow squall swept in from the west. The storm struck with almost no warning, catching the Eurydice's crew completely off guard. In moments, the ship was overwhelmed. Her sails, still unfurled to catch the fair winds leading her home, filled with the sudden force of the storm, heeling the vessel hard to one side. Water poured into the open gun ports, and the ship capsized within minutes. For hundreds of sailors aboard, there was almost no time to react. Of the nearly 400 men on board, only 2 survived. They managed to cling to floating debris until they were rescued. The rest, crew, officers, and trainees, were lost with the ship, their bodies pulled into the icy water or trapped within the capsized hull. The disaster shocked the nation. In a time when the Royal Navy was a symbol of global power, the loss of a ship so close to home was unthinkable. Newspapers covered every grim detail, and the public mourned the senseless loss of so many young lives. The wreck of the Eurydice was eventually located and partially salvaged, but her story didn't end there. Almost immediately after her sinking, sailors and local residents began reporting strange sightings off the Isle of Wight. On calm days, when the sea was still, people claimed to see a fully rigged sailing frigate ghosting across the horizon, her sails billowing even though there was no wind. Witnesses swore it was the Eurydice, returning again and again to the spot where she sank. Some sightings were so detailed that sailors in passing vessels reportedly rang out hails to the ghost ship, only to receive silence in response before the ship faded from view. As years passed, the sightings continued, earning the Eurydice a reputation as one of Britain's most famous ghost ships. Even Prince Edward, the future King Edward VII, reportedly saw the spectral ship while sailing near the Isle of Wight, describing it as a chilling and unforgettable sight. Skeptics have tried to explain the apparitions as mirages or tricks of light on the water, but for many, the Eurydice's ghostly presence is a lingering reminder of the sudden and tragic end she met. Theories have been proposed about why she capsized so quickly, from errors in sail handling to flaws in her aging design. But the truth is, the Eurydice was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, caught between the calm safety of home and the fury of a storm that gave no warning. Today, her wreck lies in relatively shallow water off the Isle of Wight, but the stories persist. Fishermen still speak of sudden chills in the air and unexplained shadows beneath the waves, and even modern sailors occasionally report glimpses of a ghostly ship on the horizon. as if HMS Eurydice is still trying to make her way home, forever caught in the storm. It's a reminder that even in peacetime, the sea can be as cruel and unforgiving as in war. And for those who make their living on the water, the story of the Eurydice serves as both a warning and a ghost story whispered across the tides. But what happens when a ship doesn't just haunt the waves in legend, but in reality? What if the danger wasn't just a story, but something very real, very present, and waiting just beneath the surface? This brings us to the story of the SS Richard Montgomery, a ship whose ghostly presence has nothing to do with spectral figures or phantom lights. Instead, it's a threat that's far more tangible, a ticking time bomb lying in shallow waters off the coast of England. The SS Richard Montgomery was an American Liberty ship built during World War II, one of the thousands of hastily constructed vessels that were designed to ferry troops, weapons, and supplies across the Atlantic. Launched in 1943, the ship was part of the massive logistical machine that kept Allied forces fighting during the war. Liberty ships were known for their speed of construction and practicality, but they were not built for longevity. The Richard Montgomery, like her sister ships, was essentially disposable, a tool to get the job done, not a vessel meant to sail for decades. In August of 1944, the Richard Montgomery was loaded with around 7,000 tons of munitions, bombs, shells, and other explosives at the port of Philadelphia. The ship's mission was to deliver her volatile cargo to the European theater, where it would help fuel the final push toward victory. But fate had other plans. When the ship reached the Thames estuary near Sheerness, England, she ran aground on a sandbank. At first, the grounding didn't seem catastrophic. Ships frequently touched bottom in the crowded waters near the port, and salvage crews were often called in to help. But the situation quickly escalated. As the tide fell, the Richard Montgomery settled unevenly, putting immense stress on her aging hull. Cracks began to form, and water started seeping into her cargo holds. Realizing the danger, authorities ordered the ship to be evacuated, leaving her cargo behind. Despite efforts to recover some of the munitions, much of it was simply too dangerous to move. Within days, the Richard Montgomery split in two, her bow and stern partially submerged, but her deadly cargo remained intact. The immediate fear was obvious: 7,000 tons of wartime explosives sitting just beneath the surface in one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. The potential for disaster was, and still is, unfathomable. If the munitions were to detonate, the explosion could be powerful enough to send a tidal wave rushing into the nearby town of Sheerness, shatter windows in London, and create a crater on the seabed, visible from space. To this day, the Richard Montgomery is often described as the most dangerous shipwreck in the world. For nearly 80 years, the wreck has sat in the Thames estuary, a silent reminder of how fragile the line between history and catastrophe can be. The ship's masts still poke above the waterline, a ghostly landmark that serves as both a warning and a curiosity for passing vessels. Signs and buoys mark the area, warning ships to stay clear, but the threat lingers. Over the decades, the wreck has been monitored constantly, but the condition of the munitions remains uncertain. Some experts believe the bombs could still be stable, encased in mud and silt that may have helped preserve them. Others fear that corrosion has left the explosives volatile, ready to ignite at the slightest disturbance. The Richard Montgomery has become a magnet for conspiracy theories and apocalyptic speculation. Some believe the government downplays the risk to avoid public panic. Others claim the ship's true cargo included experimental weapons or nuclear materials, a theory with no evidence, but one that speaks to the mystery and fear surrounding the wreck. In reality, the danger is frightening enough without embellishment. Studies have shown that a collapse of the wreck's structure could trigger a chain reaction, detonating the munitions and causing a blast, comparable to a small nuclear explosion. Despite numerous proposals to remove or neutralize the cargo, the risk of disturbing the wreck is seen as too great. Salvage operations could trigger the very disaster they seek to prevent. So instead, the Richard Montgomery remains where she fell, slowly rusting away, her fate tied to time and the tides. The story of the Richard Montgomery is a chilling reminder that some ghost ships are dangerous not because of curses or spectral crews, but because their secrets have the power to destroy. From the ticking time bomb that is the SS Richard Montgomery, a ship still holding the potential for destruction decades after it was abandoned, we now turn to a vessel whose disappearance and discovery left more questions than answers. Unlike Montgomery, which remains a visible danger, the Sabrina was a ship that simply vanished, only to reappear under the strangest circumstances. A fully intact vessel, its cargo untouched, yet not a single member of its crew was ever found. What happened to the Sabrina? And how could a ship be left so perfectly preserved, yet entirely abandoned? The Sabrina was a schooner barge built in 1873, designed for short trade routes along the English Channel. Measuring just over 100 feet long, it wasn't a large ship, nor a particularly noteworthy one, at least not until its mysterious final voyage. By 1917, during the height of World War I, the Sabrina was used primarily to transport coal and other cargo between ports in Britain and France. It wasn't an armed vessel, nor was it considered a high-value target, but that didn't mean the waters it sailed were safe. German U-boats lurked beneath the surface, preying on merchant ships as part of an extensive naval blockade, sinking hundreds of vessels throughout the war. On September 17, 1917, the Sabrina set sail from Falmouth, England, bound for Saint-Brieuc, France, carrying a cargo of coal. The voyage should have been a short and straightforward one, with a small crew of 5 men aboard. Yet, as the days passed, no word came of the ship's arrival. By all accounts, it had vanished into the war-torn waters of the English Channel, likely another victim of the deadly submarine warfare that plagued the area. But then, something strange happened. Just 2 days after departing, the Sabrina was found drifting near Cherbourg, France. It was entirely intact. There was no sign of an attack, no damage to its hull, and its cargo was completely undisturbed. It was as if the ship had been abandoned in an instant. Despite the ship's seemingly pristine condition, there was one thing missing. Every single member of the Sabrina's crew had vanished without a trace. There were no signs of struggle, no distress signals sent, and no evidence of what might have happened to them. It was as if they had simply stepped off the vessel and disappeared into thin air. One of the most plausible explanations was that a German U-boat had intercepted the ship, captured its crew, and left the vessel to drift. This was not an uncommon practice during the war. U-boat commanders, particularly early in the conflict, would often surface, board merchant ships, and either take the crew as prisoners or force them into lifeboats before sinking the ship. But in this case, something didn't add up. If the Sabrina had been boarded by the enemy, why had it been left completely undamaged? Typically, U-boats either sank their targets or scuttled them to prevent their return to service. The fact that the ship was found fully intact made this theory difficult to prove. Another possibility is that the crew, fearing an imminent U-boat attack, may have abandoned ship preemptively. If they believed they were being targeted, they might have taken to the lifeboats hoping to be rescued. But if that was the case, why was there no sign of them? Lifeboats, especially in the busy waters of the Channel, were frequently spotted by other vessels. No reports of drifting lifeboats or stranded sailors ever surfaced. There is also the eerie theory that a sudden and unexplained event, perhaps a freak accident, an illness, or even some form of mass panic, led the crew to abandon ship under mysterious circumstances. Yet, if they had left voluntarily, why were no supplies missing? Why had no distress signals been sent? The Sabrina was eventually towed into port, but the fate of her crew was never determined. The ship itself, however, would continue to sail for years to come. After its recovery, it was put back into service, passing through several owners before eventually being converted into a houseboat. By the late 1930s, its seafaring days were over, and it was left to decay along the riverbanks. Yet, its legend endured. A ship found in perfect condition, but without a soul aboard. A crew that vanished into the fog of war, never to be seen again. Unlike other ghost ships that would spend years drifting across the ocean, the Sabrina was recovered quickly, and yet it provided no more answers than the ones that disappeared for decades. We now turn to a much older and equally baffling maritime mystery, one that has left historians and sailors alike wondering what truly happened. A ship that set sail as planned, only to be discovered eerily abandoned, as if its crew had simply vanished into thin air. This is the story of the Seabird, one of the most enduring ghost ship legends in American maritime history. The Seabird was a merchant brig that sailed along the Atlantic coast of North America during the mid-18th century. Unlike many of the ships on this list, its disappearance wasn't a slow descent into the depths, or a tragic wreck shattered against the rocks. Instead, it was found eerily intact, adrift just off the coast of Newport, Rhode Island, sometime in the 1750s. What made this discovery so unsettling was that while the ship itself was perfectly seaworthy, its crew was nowhere to be found. No signs of a struggle, no distress signals, nothing to indicate why the ship had been left behind. It was as if everyone on board had simply walked away. When local fishermen spotted the vessel floating aimlessly toward the shore, they expected the worst. Perhaps a pirate attack, a sudden storm, or even disease had taken the lives of those on board. But as they climbed aboard, they found something even stranger. The Seabird was still stocked with provisions. The cargo remained undisturbed. Even personal belongings of the crew were left behind, as if the sailors had intended to return at any moment. The only living thing aboard? A dog, which had seemingly survived whatever had happened. Theories about the Seabird's fate have persisted for centuries. Some believe the ship was abandoned due to a sudden storm or strong currents, forcing the crew to evacuate in a panic. Others suggest piracy, though the ship's untouched cargo contradicts that idea. A more outlandish theory suggests that the crew may have encountered something they could not explain, something that compelled them to leave behind their vessel without warning. The ship itself didn't vanish entirely. According to some accounts, the Seabird was salvaged and renamed the Beachbird, continuing to sail for years before eventually being lost to time. But the mystery of its crew remains unsolved. What force or event could have made an entire ship's company abandon their vessel without even taking their possessions? Whatever happened on the Seabird that day, it remains one of the earliest and most perplexing ghost ship mysteries in recorded history. From eerie abandoned vessels to entire fleets swallowed by the sea, some mysteries stretch beyond a single ship. And few places in the world hold more maritime secrets than Truk Lagoon, a place where entire armadas were lost in the blink of an eye. The HMS Challenger was never meant to be remembered as a ship of mystery. It was built for war, commissioned as a British Royal Navy corvette in the mid-19th century, a sturdy vessel designed for battle and patrol. But its legacy would take a very different turn. Instead of fighting in naval conflicts, the Challenger became one of the most significant scientific vessels in history, embarking on a groundbreaking journey that would change the way humanity understood the ocean. By the late 1800s, the ocean remained one of the last unexplored frontiers. People could cross it, trade upon it, and even fight wars over it. But what lay beneath the surface was a world almost entirely unknown. The deep sea was a place of speculation and superstition, a realm of monsters and mysteries, where legends of krakens, hidden cities, and unfathomable depths still held sway. But science was advancing, and curiosity demanded answers. In 1872, the British government commissioned the HMS Challenger for an expedition unlike any before it, one that would map the ocean's depths, chart its currents, and uncover whatever secrets it held. Stripped of its guns and refitted for scientific research, the Challenger was transformed into a floating laboratory, carrying some of the most advanced scientific instruments of its time. On board were some of the brightest minds in oceanography, led by Captain George Nares and scientist Charles Wyville Thomson. Their mission was simple in concept, but staggering in scale: to traverse the globe, measure the ocean's depths, analyze marine life, and document every discovery they could make. The expedition set sail from Portsmouth, England, on December 21, 1872, beginning what would become a nearly 4-year journey across the oceans. The ship crisscrossed the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans, collecting samples and conducting thousands of deep-sea soundings. It was during these experiments that the Challenger made one of its most astonishing discoveries, proof that the ocean was far deeper than anyone had imagined. In March 1875, while sailing over the Western Pacific, the crew lowered their sounding equipment into the depths. As the line descended further and further, the numbers returned were staggering. The seafloor here was not just hundreds of meters below them, it was over 8,000 meters deep. This was a discovery of enormous significance, as no one had realized such extreme depths existed. This location would later become known as the Challenger Deep, the deepest known part of the world's oceans, lying within the Mariana Trench. Even today, it remains one of the least explored and most mysterious places on Earth. But it wasn't just the extreme depths that baffled scientists. The Challenger expedition also revealed something even more unexpected: life thriving in places where it was thought to be impossible. At a time when it was believed that the ocean floor was barren, the ship's dredging equipment pulled up bizarre and alien-like creatures from the abyss, some of them unlike anything ever recorded before. Strange, gelatinous beings, deep sea fish with bioluminescent features, and organisms that seemed to defy the very nature of survival were cataloged for the first time. As the expedition continued, the Challenger mapped vast stretches of the seafloor, uncovering underwater mountain ranges and trenches that no one had suspected existed. These discoveries laid the foundation for the field of oceanography, proving that the seafloor was not a flat, featureless wasteland, but a dynamic and ever-changing landscape. The ship documented over 4,700 new species and conducted over 360 soundings, creating one of the first detailed maps of the ocean's depths. Despite its incredible success, the HMS Challenger would not be remembered for a triumphant return. After its expedition concluded in 1876, the ship was decommissioned and stripped of its scientific instruments. It faded into history, eventually being broken up for scrap. But the data it collected remained, shaping the future of marine science for generations to come. And yet some claim the ship's journey was not without its mysteries. According to certain accounts, as the Challenger ventured deeper into the Pacific, its crew began reporting eerie occurrences. Some journals allegedly reference strange, unexplainable noises picked up on their instruments, sounds that seemed to emerge from the abyss itself. Others spoke of bizarre flashes of light seen below the water, unlike any bioluminescent creature ever documented. More chillingly, there were rumors of missing crew members, men who had supposedly vanished without a trace, their disappearances chalked up to the dangers of the voyage. Official records do not support these stories, but as with any grand expedition into the unknown, speculation has always followed in its wake. The Challenger's greatest legacy is in the vast troves of knowledge it uncovered. Its findings proved that the deep ocean was not an empty void, but a world teeming with life, landscapes, and unknown forces still beyond our grasp. And though the ship itself is long gone, its name endures, etched into the deepest point on Earth, a place so extreme that only a handful of humans have ever visited. Even today, the Challenger Deep remains largely unexplored. It is a reminder of how little we truly know about our own planet, and how many secrets the ocean still holds. What the HMS Challenger began, modern oceanographers continue, pushing deeper and deeper into the abyss in search of answers. Finally, we move to another haunting tale of a vessel lost to time, one that carried with it rumors of spectral sightings and an unsettling fate. This is the story of the Water Witch, a ship whose disappearance and lingering legend continue to baffle maritime historians to this day. The Water Witch was a schooner built in the mid-19th century, originally intended for trade along the eastern coast of the United States. She was known for her speed and reliability, a ship that could cut through the waves with ease, making her a prized asset for her owners. But despite her reputation, the Water Witch would soon become a name spoken in hushed tones, associated more with the unknown than with successful voyages. On a fateful voyage in the mid-1800s, the Water Witch set sail with a full crew and cargo, heading south along the coast. The trip was expected to be routine, nothing out of the ordinary. But days passed, then weeks, with no sign of the ship arriving at her destination. No distress signals, no wreckage, no word from passing vessels. She had simply vanished. At first, there was hope that she had been delayed by weather, perhaps blown off course by strong winds or damaged and limping towards safety. But as the weeks turned into months, that hope faded. The Water Witch was declared lost at sea, another vessel claimed by the unpredictable ocean. Her crew, presumed dead. Then came the sightings. Reports began to trickle in from sailors and fishermen claiming to have seen a ship matching the Water Witch's description. Some described her as drifting aimlessly, sails tattered but somehow still afloat. Others swore they saw shadowy figures on her deck, unmoving, watching from a distance before the ship disappeared into the mist. The most chilling accounts came from those who claimed to have gotten close. According to legend, one ship managed to hail the Water Witch, and even sent a boarding party. As they climbed aboard, they were met with an eerie silence. The ship was intact, cargo still secured, personal belongings untouched, but there was no sign of life. It was as if the crew had simply vanished in the middle of their duties, leaving everything behind. One sailor later claimed that as they searched the ship, they felt an overwhelming sense of unease, as if they were being watched. Some even swore they heard whispers carried on the wind, though there was no one there. Whether these stories were exaggerated over time or had a basis in reality remains unknown, but they cemented the Water Witch as a legend among sailors. Eventually, the sightings stopped. The ship, if it had truly been seen, had finally succumbed to the sea, dragged beneath the waves or broken apart by time. But the mystery remained. What had happened to the crew? Why had the ship been found intact, yet abandoned? And if it had truly continued to drift long after it was declared lost, who, or what, had been sailing it? The Water Witch is now one of many ghost ship legends, a tale of the sea that still lingers in maritime lore. Some believe she was the victim of a sudden storm, capsizing her and throwing her crew overboard while somehow leaving the ship upright. Others suggest something more sinister, mutiny, piracy, or even something supernatural. Whatever the truth, the Water Witch remains a chilling reminder of the ocean's mysteries, a ship that sailed into the unknown and never returned, her name forever etched in maritime legend. The ocean is vast, unforgiving, and filled with secrets we may never fully understand. From ghost ships that drift endlessly with no crew in sight to vanished vessels swallowed whole by the sea, the stories we've explored today are just a small glimpse into the countless maritime mysteries that still haunt the waters. But the deeper we look, the stranger and darker these stories become. If you enjoyed this journey into the unexplained, make sure to subscribe and check out our other videos for even more mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time, stay safe.